Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the IESF Europe Regional Qualifier with me, Arashi, and Burger Kim. As always, we've been together for 3 days with a lot of different action, a lot of very interesting developments. But now it's time to turn it up a notch because now the that have made it to this stage at this point are teams with a great amount of experience or has shown great amounts of promise in their drafting, in the macro, in the game understanding. So I think the games are about to get even more competitive for sure.
Mhm. And I think this is going to be some of the most important matches here in ISF European Regional Qualifiers 2024. Since we're gonna find out as well today who's gonna go to WEC this year in Riyadh. But for now, let's take a look at what's gonna happen here today. Of course, we are down to midway already to our tournament as we are going to be having France and Ukraine here for our very first BO3 match, and then we have Georgia and Turkey, a highly anticipated match as well. Like a lot of you guys have been asking, like, where's Turkey? Yes, they are going to be playing today.
Man, this is like we said, it's the showdown between the two teams that have a reputation that has been seen more often in the international level against teams that were relatively unknown but showing great promise. That's Ukraine and Turkey up against France and Georgia. So how these games are going to develop is it's anyone's guess because at this point just having experience won't be enough. Even if you do have the better experience, the longer time playing the game, the teams that are playing today has shown that they can adapt on the fly. They can come up with creative ways, creative game plans to follow in order to ensure the real victory in the land of dawn. So I think interesting picks we have seen so far, but unfortunately, maybe with how intense the games are going to be, we're going to see something a bit more concise, more contested when in especially in the jungle position where the aggression has always been so important. We've already highlighted the Roger again and again, and along with that, I think the Martis has been very popular. So I'm keeping my eye open for both of those heroes.
Yeah. The Roger that has been a staple pick not only for Spain in yesterday's games, but speaking of that though, like France was able to pull something off today. Pull, of course, an upset as well against the Spanish team and making it here to the semifinals. And they're going to be going up against Ukraine, a team that has also swept their opponents in day number one. So I think we're in it for a treat here today because the longer we are in the tournament, the better the teams get, and of course, it is going to be a little bit more competitive when it reaches this point. But yeah, France and Ukraine here, I'm expecting to see a lot of aggressiveness here with these two teams since that's what they have shown so far, and I think that actually might be the case here today.
The aggression, I think, is almost a given. Seeing the way all the four teams that are we're going to be seeing today and how they've been playing, aggression is definitely in the playbook. The question is, what kind of aggression, right? Is it in the lane? Is it in the in the split push, in the jungle invades? There's so many different ways to channel that aggressive nature in order to get a victory. And I gotta say, I feel like the mid and roamer now is going to be very much more important because of the jungle position, right? We've seen that in the past few days, whenever the jungle really starts to get the snowball, starts to get the advantage there, able to do whatever he wants, rotating around and farming up a storm, that's where usually teams do find a bit of an advantage. So I think that all starts from the mid lane and the roamer as well. A great combination with wave clear, with crowd control in that combo, I think will be, I don't know, imperative to deciding how the junglers are gonna have rotations around the map.
I think it's going to be exciting today. We're going to find out. There's only going to be two teams here in the semifinals that will make it to Riyadh this year to WEC 2024. And it's either one of those teams that we've showed you, right? Turkey, Georgia, Ukraine, or France. If you guys are rooting for some of these teams, do let us know in the comment section down below and let us know who you're rooting for. But for now, we're going to kickstart it off with France and Ukraine. Anything that we should expect here, Arashi? Any, maybe perhaps comfort picks or maybe respect bands that will come through?
I feel like for France, they might want to respect all these heroes with good chase potential because honestly, they have great ideas. I feel like if you look at how they perform in the Land of Dawn, great ideas, like I said, how they want to really play it out, great drafts, and how they want to approach the team fights as well. But when they do lose their grip on the game, right? When they do, let's say, fumble a bit and lose that secure
Mhm.
control, you can see that they get punished quite heavily as well. So I think they gotta make sure that they kind of limit the crowd control and the chase tools that Ukraine might be able to use to try and do that.
Let's take a look at, of course, the lineup here of France first. Like, who are they going to be fielding in here today? It is still going to be okay. I think it's still going to be the same one, same roster that they had last time. So no changes here. Clem, Shino, Insomnia, Furky, and SRAM.
Yep, we've seen this lineup perform really, really well. I think Clem in particular kind of stands out in my mind because of all the aggression, but so does Insomnia technically, right? Because initially I was thinking like, okay, everyone's aggressive, but Insomnia seems to be still a bit more chill in the laning phase in the later stages. And then the next game, as I say that, right, Caster Curse strikes again. We see Insomnia just pop off, going 1v2, 1v3 even, showing that if you give these players the leads, they know how to switch gears and go aggressive. So I think for France, the early game is something they definitely are looking at, but they got to be careful against their opponents today, Ukraine, because we've seen that they have peculiar drafts that still somehow work, like that Martis mid we were highlighting in day number one.
Oh yeah, the one that's really set up the tempo and the play that Ukraine definitely needed in that matchup. Something unconventional, but definitely did work out for them. We've seen several teams all across the globe also pull off that kind of strategy, the sustain mid, great wave clear, plus the setup plays that it can actually make. And speaking of Ukraine, we have to take a look at their lineup as well. Who's going to go head to head with the French team? It is going to be Wen's Freestyle, Sensei Macaron, and of course Vladosi Cutie. So looking at Macaron here, I mean, apart from Alejandro, I think this is also another player that I would say that has a lot of good Roger highlights here.
Definitely. I mean, with the way they're playing, with the way they were drafting, in order to, soften up the targets with AoE, with big spells, and then just going in for the cleanup. Ukraine has shown that they can play that style as well, but I think I got my eyes on Sensei, man. Whenever things get a bit stale, it gets a bit slow. You can expect Sensei to be the one that just comes out of nowhere and explodes into action. I feel like that's been the case again and again, especially in the mid game. So I think that for France, they might really be thinking about how they want to slow down Ukraine, right? And one of the options to do so is to try and get a strong laner to try and shut down Sensei there first initially, when he really can't impact the rest of the map with that pressure, with that aggression. Then Ukraine kind of slows down a bit. Or maybe they can limit his hero pool as well, right? Trying to put him into heroes that maybe can do damage, but can't quite set up. And that way, they can also remove some of these playmaking tools that Ukraine can really rely on to try and get a catch or a pick off in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of like what has Sensei picked up, right? It's two heroes that are, I would say, very different when it comes to the playstyle. He's only ever played an Angela. Well, here in IESF regional qualifiers, it's only been an Angela and a Martis. So we have yet to see what else he has on his kit, right? Like who knows? There might be, either a Valentina, perhaps like a different mid laner, because those two aren't the usual mid laners that you'd see. Angela, yeah, but the Martis, right? That's not something you would see so often.
Definitely not. Caught us all off guard actually in D number one. And considering the fact that I feel like that also sets the tone for some of the drafts we've seen in the past few days, right? We saw like, oh, there's a Novaria and a Valentina. And because we've seen Ukraine pull off something so crazy, we're like, maybe they're trying to do something even crazier. So I think they're definitely setting the pace here, showing everyone that, okay, we can be aggressive, we can be creative, more importantly. And when it comes to the what do you call it, the calculations and how they're able to minimize mistakes and make sure that their opponents have no control at all. I do feel like Ukraine has a better grasp on the game compared to France. So that's where, again, they can really rely on, if they do get a bit of an advantage, they can just hang on to it all the way until the mid to late game and just crush the opposition completely.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the games that France and Ukraine had, right? Like France had a very long game up against Spain. I would say like one of the longest that we had here in the European regional qualifiers. That was like almost past 20 minutes. And then you got a really fast game as well, a relatively fast game, like 10 to 15 minutes. But for the side of Ukraine, I would say those are pretty fast games that they've played so far currently in IESF. So does this mean that they're much better in the early game?
Well, in theory, right, the opposition also plays a difference. Maybe for France it was just a quote unquote or a bad matchup, right? The fact that Spain was also a very aggressive, micro
Mhm.
heavy team that likes to try and make those outplays happen. Even though they were behind, they were able to try and make those big plays happen to try and equalize and make the game just so much more competitive against France. Maybe for Ukraine, it was just a different matchup, right? Maybe they're up against a slow starter in Moldova, and how so that allows them to just really get those quick, fast 2-0 games. So today, that's where we're gonna see how this is gonna play out. Because if France are struggling against Spain, I feel like against Ukraine, it's gonna be a bit of a similar story.
Oh
They've
yeah.
shown that they've eventually beaten Spain anyways, but of course Ukraine is a different team altogether, so they have to be on their toes here.
Yeah, I think a big factor here is that the team who wins will be proceeding to, of course, WEC this year, and I think that already is a very very big treat for all of the teams here, right? To be able to represent your country in one of the grandest stages that there is in esports. So I think there's a lot at stake here for the teams. Some of them are trying to build their name. Some of them are trying to kind of put their country in the map, right? When it comes to the realm of esports. So I think there's a lot to think in, and at the same time, there's a lot of pressure, I would say, for the teams. But nevertheless, right, you still have to make it through this, right? The mental game. I mean, they've been playing. You mentioned it earlier. 3 days already. 3 days straight. Well, for some of the teams, they've been playing in between. So I think it's a matter of putting all your cards already here in this possible final game that you might have.
It's for sure the mental game here is what's important because it's a big opportunity to be able to go to the next stage here for all these teams. But the fact that it's such a big moment, right? A big achievement for them, it also has adds a layer of pressure. Maybe now if they're thinking of going all in aggressive, there'll be this doubt in the back of their heads, right? Hey, if we mess up here, this might be the end of the journey for us, and that is something that's quite difficult to deal with. So I think teams with a bit more experience in the esports world will definitely have an edge there. But again, if it's all down to those big team fights, those big skirmishes, I think that could be a bit of the edge they can take, right? The fact that they're just all in the aggression, that they're not really considering the bigger picture, that could really play in their favor today.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't let those thoughts get ahead of them. Honestly, like this is your one chance, one ticket, right? This year to be able to get to WEC, right? And that's going to be a huge feat for either one of these teams: Turkey, Georgia, France, and Ukraine. Because these are the teams that we are looking out for, and the whole MLBB community is looking out for, right? Like they're looking for perhaps like the next superstar region apart from Southeast Asia, and this might
Ooh.
just be it for Europe, right? And it has always been Southeast Asia, so we might have to see what Europe has to pull off here.
I think it's very interesting to imagine that Europe has so much potential. It can bloom to a very legitimate region when it comes to Mobile Legends, and to think that they've been starting well, and they can use this event as a platform to get more momentum, to just shoot forward and catch up to the other more established regions. I feel like that's a very fun thing to try and picture and imagine. But again, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves today, especially for these teams, because soon we're going to be going into the drafting phase. And I do wonder, right? What's the idea here? Are we still going to see a bit of emphasis when it comes to the macro game, right? The chip, the Lo Yi? Are we going to see the Roger being respected immediately? Or maybe something else, right? The Martis has been an alternative who works in a similar way. But I feel like the Edith again and again pops up in the back of your mind, but it seems like for these teams, it's just very situational. They don't prio the Edith at all.
Yeah, the Edith that seems to be something that is often overlooked, even in other regions, I would say, right? Like the Edith does not either it does get picked, but not as high as let's say the other laners. It did rise to popularity in the recent patches, but hopefully, like we'll see more of it. Right? There's a great tool to engage and disengage for the Edith, so hopefully we'll see more of her. Right? And you've seen it in the different drafts. Like having an Edith just makes it so hard to pull off those team fights before you can even get in. You get the onwards and then you get bursted down by the opponent. So it's really difficult here for the other teams, especially when you have that Edith in the composition and combined with other heroes that have CC. So I'm looking forward to what's going to be the ban here for our teams, especially heading into this first game. Arashi, we did mention the momentum is going to be really important, and I think this should be it, right? Like for France and Ukraine, kind of like bring out everything here for this game. If you have hidden strategies during the earlier stages of the tournament, now is the time to actually bring it out.
But on that note, talking about different drafting opportunities, we can't forget about the mid lane, right? We talked about this jungler pick, so much. The assassins are always so exciting. But now even in the mid lane, if both teams are really going to be trying to go toe to toe and go aggressive, we've seen the value that a Lilia, a Zask, mid laners with an extra life technically, extra survivable tool has really shown to be so valuable if you want to play that style. So I think that's also a possibility, but that's where I think there's going to be a bit of a they have to try and calculate and balance it out between the jungle, the roam, and the mid lane, right? Because if you want to go for a magic damage caster from far away for the mid lane, then you have to try and compensate for that with a tanky roamer, with maybe a fighter in the jungle, and vice versa, right? If you want to go with maybe a fighter in the mid lane, that's where you can see those Angelas come through, those utility healers perhaps that can really pull the fights into like longer durations. And once you do that, you have to worry about the gold lane as well, because we've seen the Harith by all means still be a very legit contender. You have to remember, one single empowered basic attack can just chunk you down to lower than half HP. So it's the thought between having a solid continuous output and burst compared to burst damage that both these teams have to try and maybe calculate and decide for, especially if they want to figure out how that gold lane really should play out in the 1v1.
Yeah, speaking of how it should be played out, let's take a look at the draft and immediately, Arashi, it's going to be very fast bans coming through for both sides. You got the Hayabusa, the Moskov, the Zushin here for the side of France, and as for Ukraine, they've taken out the World Tour combo here, as I would call it, a back-to-back World Tour, and it is going to be the Chip and Loy taken out. I'm not so sure what the last ban will be. It could be either again a Roger, but everybody seems to really prefer here, or maybe perhaps like an XP laner ban here, which seems to be the case that a lot of teams have heavy priority on this, especially in the first phase of the draft.
An EXP laner, I feel like it can work, but I think the Roger still is the more straightforward approach right here. They do have the chance of just letting go the Roger and then securing two massive picks, using that Roger pick to try and bait France into it. They ban with the Valentina, so that leads you to believe that they want to have a big ultimate. And usually, for the longest time, whenever the Valentina gets respected, it's because a Aramis is potentially going to show up. With France really picking up the Roger here, the Ukraine,
Wow.
Angeline combo.
Absolutely denying that from France, the Roger Angela combo, but instead they also pick up a good pickup themselves, like a CC plus some more burst damage here. The Harriet, that seems to be one of the favorable choices here as well in the European regional qualifiers. So you got a great amount of CC, great amount of burst, but Ukraine's is looking really deadly once pulled off, right? And what I'm talking about here, Arashi, is the early parts of the game, right? If this Ling gets ganked on, Macaron does not get to farm properly, it is going to have devastating results for Ukraine.
Yeah, the farming is going to be important, so considering they have an Angela, something with good wave clear in the mid lane will be preferable. They go for the Edith pick as well, so helping with the tankiness aspect, considering that their jungler is an assassin. And technically, it also allows Ukraine to have an extra bit of damage coming through. If they do put the Angela in the mid lane, usually it would result in your team lacking magical damage, but with the Primal Wrath, the Edith can kind of step into that role as well. So it's still very, very well balanced. For France, though, with the Harith and the Terizla, they're looking to be a bit more dangerous in the early game technically with all the burst damage and execute in the hands of the Roger, and having the Terizla to be that main front line, it's going to be quite difficult to deal with. And I think Ukraine definitely wants to try and find ways to get a composition that can perform well when they're not clumped in together, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to be punished by the penalty zone, and they ban with the fairness as well right here. So technically, even though they're the ones up against dive, they're the ones trying to maybe mitigate the extra bit of sustainability that France can put on top of this already very aggressive composition.
Oh wow, it's the fairness here. I get that man, very smart man coming out from Ukraine, right? If you have a Ling, you gotta need it. Then these are heroes that can definitely have like single target, right? The Edith with the onwards, the Ling, especially with the ganks on the lane, and having the fairness could really be something that disrupts what they want to happen in a team fight. So this is a smart ban. They also take away another CC, which will actually give them a hard time, especially in the team fights that they want to put out, forcing the Terizla to be one of the frontliners here, not unless they pick up another roamer here. Final ban here for France. They can take out another gold laner. Okay, that looks like a very flexible pick too. The Lunox that has been used actually by of Vladosi Cutie in the previous game. So I think they're just taking out all the possible options here for all of the last two players here of Ukraine to pick up. So they still need magic damage or maybe physical DPS to go up against the Harriet or the Roger. Again, these first two picks of France can be junglers, so it is up to them. They do need that sustainability though, because France seems to have that burst and that setup.
For Ukraine, a big factor right here is also trying to figure out what you want to put in the gold lane. With the Claude and the Mosk already banned away, that Angela can be paired with almost any gold laner, but of course some gold laners just have so much better of a synergy. And considering they have a Ling already, I'm wondering if they want to go for something a bit more safe, right? With a lot of independent tools to try and kite back away from danger? Or do they want to go and double down on this aggressive style? Because as much as France has dive, with a Yuzong already available now for Ukraine, a Yuzong and a Ling diving in towards you, especially when you have a vulnerable mid laner like the Vexana in the backline, it's going to be a bit dangerous. And you just have to be careful about the implosion and the penalty zone, right? As a counter engage tool. So for Ukraine right now, it's gonna be an Atan. You're gonna go for that independent, very solid source of constant damage output. So it's gonna be, I think, a battle of executions, right? Who can get the backlines first? I think will have a huge advantage when it comes to those skirmishes and fights.
I'm looking at Ukraine's lineup here. It's just really single target pickoffs, right? Even the Yuzong for great zoning when it comes to the objectives. But looking at the Nathan here, they're solely gonna rely on the Nathan because you're talking about an Edith and an Angela playing on the mid lane. So this means that they have to wait for the Nathan to scale up. But fortunately enough, the rest of the lineup here of Ukraine is just early game. So they can definitely make do with that. If again the rotations are going to be very vital here, not unless France again can pull off what they did yesterday up against Spain, right? Disrupt the farming pattern of the jungler of Spain, Alejandro, and then make it work out in their favor. So they were able to dominate the early game. So hopefully they can do exactly the same thing here.
And for Ukraine, I feel like their composition when it comes to that, uh, the combo in the mid lane, right? The Angela and the Edith. I feel like that's a really good option right here because technically that's a lot of brawling potential. So if you compare that to the Vexana and the Tigreal, these are two picks that kind of require a lot more time, a lot more cooldowns to really be active and be a bit more competitive in the 2v2s. So that leads me to believe that Ukraine will have a bit of an edge. And if they translate that edge to helping Macaron going for invades and shutting down Turquoise, that could be the key to victory here for the side of Ukraine.
Hmm. You see, there's already an immediate pressure here from France from the top side, right? Like you see, freestyle and Vlazozi Cutie actually moving towards this lane, right? Making sure that this lane is contained. And looking at this, it's a Harriet that's playing on the gold. You can definitely both. I would say both can actually poke each other pretty well. And in terms of the lane clear, it would actually favor the side of France here, though, with the Vexana, because the Angela has been nerfed already when it comes to the wave clear. So that's something that France has in their pockets right now when it comes to advantage.
we'll see what both teams do because the level 4, I think, at least initially, is going to be a lot more fearsome for Ukraine. You know, the chance to make a play almost anywhere with that hard guard. But for France, definitely, if they can get everyone on the same page towards level 4 at the same time, they have the more decisive combo right here. But Macron and Turquoise going at it.
Tempest of Blades here onto Turquoise. He's really low, gets the Petrify. And that's going to be Turquoise
Ooh.
down by Ukraine, picking up the first blood. And I did mention that this is an early game composition coming out from the Ukrainians. So if they can pull this off, this lineup pretty aggressively up against the side of France, they can definitely win the trade-offs here in the early game. You see Hawk as well, securing in that level 4 as Snowball. Right, with the Terizla last time, he has been such a menace up against the opposing team. Right, zoning everyone away before the turtle. But right now, he's nowhere to be found. He just reached that level 4.
He's going go for it right here. Freestyle's waiting, but he's not level 4 just yet. Trying to stop any big plays from going in, but the Black Dragon Form comes through with a hard guard as well.
Turco is going to be the target once again. Here is the Petrify available, and there goes the Eternal Guard. Oh my goodness, everybody bursted down. Sensei, the only one left. A double kill. Triple at that for Snowball. And just as we were saying, it does not matter. With the power spike, Snowball is just snowballing here at this point, getting a triple as early as the 2-minute mark. What was that? It was a beautiful combination of the Eternal Guard and the penalty zone.
It's just the wombo combo. We talked about this, man. In a 5v5, Ukraine needs to be very, very careful. They thought that they have an edge right there by going in straight for the Roger, but even Turquoise, he didn't get taken out in that engagement. He got really, really low, and yet he was able to heal back up, you know, outplay a bit more, dodge some damage, and still get that retribution. So already a bit of a setback for Ukraine, but it's not too far just yet. It's already a 1k gold advantage. But when it comes to the macro game, when it comes to the pickoffs, Ukraine still has a bit of a chance. And without any neutral objective available right now, this is the time to be making those plays.
Yeah, and just like that, right? The CCs here are just way too much to handle, and Ukraine just has to watch out for that in the team fights, right? Their only source of CC is going to be Freestyle and Hawk, and most of the time they are across each other in this map. So most of the time they won't be together, not unless there's going to be a group up team fight later on, especially in the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit. But right now it's going to be the top side again. Insomnia a little bit ahead here up against Vladosi Curio has just reached that level 6. Again, we're going to have to wait on who will engage first because SRAM just has a whole lot more to take in. Turquoise is here as well, so they better watch out. 15 seconds before the next turtle here. It is still France on the lead after that triple kill picked up by Snowball.
France definitely has the advantage when it comes to engage tools as well, which is why Ukraine is kind of hesitating a bit more because they know that they're a lot more limited, so they have to pick and choose their engagements wisely and ration out the crowd control tools. If you talk about the late game, though, by the way, I feel like for Ukraine, if they can put Macaron on a good DPS build on that Ling and abuse the Edith and the Natan, that late game is still very, very scary for them as well. It just happens to be the case that they don't really have a strong front line to really tank through all that damage. But that's where Sensei comes in, and hopefully he can really make a big difference. Already with the flash of the Oasis, but still, with all the threats available for France, Ukraine is forced to just back away from it because they can't risk getting comboed once more.
Yep, Insomnia as well, almost getting taken down there with the help of the hard guard of Sensei. But it still was not enough. There was just so much dashes here coming out from the Harriet. But here on the bottom side here as well, you got Hawk forced to use that Black Dragon form to disperse from the imminent threat that France was showcasing. And now on the mid side though, you got SRAM as well. And the rest clearing out the lane before one of the last few turtles that will spawn here. A relatively low kill score here, Arashi. I think everybody's way too careful. Like, we don't see those all-out brawls that we've been seeing for the past few days.
Well, with both teams having such good snowball potential, for France, if they start getting the ball rolling, they have so many different ways to just go for big flicker engages with the implosion, with the penalty zone. Whereas for Ukraine, if they really start getting the ball rolling for themselves, the Natan can be a lot stronger so much earlier in the game, and they can still make pick-off plays using Macaron on the Ling, using the Angela to try and just go for those weird 1v1 turning into 2v1 situations. So both teams have to be very careful, and that's why they're just playing a lot safer for now, knowing that in the late game, they have confidence that they can still outperform their opposition, at least for now.
What was that? That was like 3 minutes straight of the teams, or rather the side of France. Three of them were actually waiting for something to happen. Even SRAM did not commit to that one, right? A little bit too risky. They had the Angela, they had the Link to pick off the Harriet, so they were just waiting for them. Or actually, I think both sides are just waiting for the first move here. And I don't know if you know what I'm talking about here, Arashi. Like when it comes to like dating, sometimes both of you guys want to go for the engage, or maybe both of you guys actually like each other, and then you don't go for
Oh.
the engage. It actually might be a missed opportunity, but this isn't one because Freestyle gonna be able to get in the implosion, but right now Hawk as well gonna be using in the Shah residue, able to take down Clem, and right now he's in trouble as he gets taken down by 3. France will be getting the upper hand, 3 for the price of 2, and straight to the turtle.
It was a play by Macron on the top side, securing a kill. But all things considered, man, if he was present in that fight, maybe he really could have supplemented that extra bit of damage, because everyone really got so low in that fight. Unfortunately for Ukraine, it's still a trade in favor of France, but they're able to get a structure here in exchange for the turtle. But Snowball, the menace, equalizes almost immediately. So for Ukraine, it's still the waiting game. The mid game, though, is where I think they have a bit more to say, because later on, there's going to be longer periods between neutral objectives that Ukraine can kind of rely on to try and go for big plays. Whereas France, they're going to be really waiting for objectives that can force Ukraine to try and contest, like the Lord, like the purple buffs, or the turrets. So in a way, they are a bit more predictable. So Ukraine is the one that has to try and rack their brains to try and have a creative approach on how they want to trap the members of France or go for creative flanks.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to also split push here. You got a Nathan and you got a Ling, and I think this is something that Ukraine is also considering right now, knowing that the team fights are most of the time won here by France. So they're looking for opportunities to gank or perhaps push out the turrets. And right now they are a little bit isolated on the map. Both sides are just not gonna go for the team fights, not unless SRAM says it, right? Like he's oftentimes the only one, or usually the only one actually setting up the team fights. But now Snowball is in trouble. He gets in a 3v1 situation, and of course no way out. You get petrified, you get in the love strings here from the Angela, and of course the Tempest of Blades is definitely no way out, as finally Ukraine is able to get that shutdown.
It's a big shutdown, and it's great for Ukraine. Like I said, once the objectives aren't up, that's where they can actually make a move. But with the Lord spawning in 15 seconds, more or less, Snowball will already be present. And look at the setup here from Ukraine, man. They already pushed up the wave on the top side. And for France, with having such a teamfight heavy composition, so combo and AoE based, they can't really afford to split apart too far. They finally sent Snowball up there, so there's a window here for Ukraine to try and go for a fight where that penalty zone won't be in the picture. But looking at it, they will be a bit too late right here. If they want to go for it now, there's time for France to rotate.
And the thing about having a Ling, what's really good about it for the side of Ukraine is they can force France to just start up the Lord here, and Macron will just swoop right in and possibly steal the Lord, as Freestyle already giving vision here. Hawk as well has the Black Dragon form available here. 1/4 HP for the Lord, and look at SRAM from the backside. It's not going to commit fully, as the Lord is going to be taken in by France, but the Tempest of Blades has been committed here as well. Macaron still survives. Rest of the crew going to try to go for more, as Macaron picks up a killing spree, but right now it might fight back as Turquoise gets the shutdown. But fortunately enough for their side, they gotten in that Lord, not the luminous one, marching down bottom side, gonna try and take down at least what Ukraine has here. When it comes to the turrets so far, it is Ukraine that has taken in 3, surprisingly, as compared to France, that has picked up a whole lot more of kills, but they haven't been converting.
It was really like such a great play by Ukraine, man. They kind of got out of the implosion engage, and afterwards they all split up apart to try and discourage France from getting any real big combos. But when they try and go in to try and equalize, when they send Macaron in along with Sensei, you can see that they're kind of forced to clump up eventually, because in the jungle the pathways are just that much steeper. For now, though, it's still a back and forth situation. All things considered, Ukraine isn't really losing when it comes to gold. Right? The fact that they were able to send Macaron all across the map to keep farming up. He's actually keeping up with gold. He's actually leading in gold compared to turquoise, but he is a level down. In the next Lord situation, he's going to be able to go for a more decisive contest. And the longer the game goes, the more the map opens up to allow for the Angela or the Ling to go for the split push play. So France needs to be careful. Look at the bottom side though.
Uh-huh. And Somnia, he might actually just get it. That's going to be 3v1 situation. Even under the turret, they're not going to be safe. And now Turco is going to go for the retaliation. Look at the damage coming through. Wind of Danger has been used here. And the Black Dragon form onto Turquoise. Freestyle going to pick up the kill. And now SRAM going to try to go for the implosion here. Hawk's going to take a breath of the damage from Clem. 2-for-1 trade-off. I would say that's still Ukraine on the driver's seat right now. And it's all because of Macaron here and Sensei. And they seem to be catching up to France. 8 kills for both sides, 12 minutes in. Plus, what's really worth it here for Ukraine is they got in that mid tower. So by the time it reaches the next Lord, it's going to be much easier for them to actually get that. And right now, honestly, looking at the lane, it does not even walk in the land of Dawn. It just, you know, there's a compilation of different struts of heroes from Mobile Legends. And I'm pretty sure Ling does not have that. He just climbs up the walls and just swoops in for the kills. And not to mention, it just has such a great way to push out the lanes, right?
Oh, we have a pause right here, though, ladies and gentlemen. Please bear with us. Fairness and sportsmanship is all we're about in Mobile Legends. We have to make sure that both teams get the chance to really show what they have on equal terms. So if there are any technical issues, of course, we have to try and sort that out. But while we have some time here to really slow down a bit without those big fights happening, I gotta say, again, France is doing still pretty okay, but you can see that they're very limited to those team fights, right? Team fights need to happen for them to get success. And the thing is, the longer this game goes, yes, there's great big ultimates, but there's not a lot of ways for them to really force out purifies. And the thing is, for the side of Ukraine, the longer the game goes, the more France have to deal with Macaron to try and shut him down and protect the backline. But the more they also have to keep in mind that Veloci Cutie is on the Natan. And that late game Natan presence, it has been nerfed. It's not really as strong as it used to be when it was really super meta. But it's still definitely a very dangerous tool. And considering the short ranges from the Roger, from the Harith, from the Terizla and Tigreal that are going to be clumped up together, the passive, the nature of Natan's basic attacks pushing through everyone, right, could be a fatal factor here that Ukraine can use to try and secure that late game victory against France.
I'm looking at the lineup here of Ukraine, and what's really working for them here is the macro gameplay that they have, right? They got Macaron pushing out the lanes, and by the time it reaches the point that France only has their inhibitor left here, right? The Nathan can just keep on pushing, right? And that's the beauty of having this kind of draft. It was risky for the side of Ukraine, but they did make it work. A little bit of struggle in the early game, but right now, I would say it's an even ball game because France has been biting back up against Ukraine here. So when you look at the gold, it's just negligible right now. It's just 100. Am I right? Like a 100 lead here for France. So that's really not a lot. And with this being said, right, it's all going to matter to who's going to execute it much better when it comes to the drafting phase, or rather, who executes it much better in the gameplay here.
All right, I think we got info that Ukraine are the ones requesting for that pause.
Mhm.
So, again, we just have to wait around and make sure that they can deliver. Because, again, with the goal difference only being 100 gold, both teams really need every single edge they can get, right? It's a game of milliseconds at this point to decide what happens in the middle of a big fight. And on that note, I feel like later on it's going to be a bit more difficult for the side of France because, if you think about it, for Ukraine, they don't really have a lot of combos, a lot of AoE, but what they do have is kind of individual independence. And what I mean by that is every single one of their heroes can kind of do okay on their own, right? The Link can kind of make his own outplays, the Edith can kind of go in, tank some damage, Primal Wrath, do his own thing, and the Yuzong can do that as well. So everyone technically, when things get really chaotic, especially when the fights don't really come in as a very straightforward front to back 5v5, Ukraine has a bit more of an edge, and usually the team that can do so will have more chances at least to create opportunities to catch their opposition off guard.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is the case here right now for the side of France, right? Looking at it, 13 minutes in, this is how the entire map looks like. Three towers down for the side of Ukraine. They do have the upper hand, and as you can see, like Macaron's not even joining the team fights here at this point. He can just come in, like he can be fashionably late to a party and still make it work. And right now, SRAM
Oh,
gonna be using the implosion onto Hawk, instantly bursted down there by the Eternal Guard. They got an extra unit here right now, and now Macaron as well comes in to swoop the party. Look at the damage coming through, and there goes the Heart Guard as well. Clem, the first one down as Macaron in it for a chase. The damage is just way too much, but Turquoise is able to survive as well as SRAM with just a slither of health, a little bit too close for comfort. But this means that Ukraine just gets this Lord for free 13 minutes in. That's going to be the first luminous one for the side of Ukraine.
it was looking really bad for Ukraine, losing Hawk when he hasn't even used the Black Dragon form. He went in for a fierce dive to threaten France to kind of zone them back, but France just bit on that opportunity and immediately picked them off using the implosion. But what they failed to consider is the fact that they're using those big ultimates for one person. And we talked about this. Their big advantage is the team fighting. So now without the implosion available for that big team fight, you saw that Macaron, as well as Vladosi, Cutie, and everyone else are just a lot more comfortable just moving aggressively forward, knowing that the only real threat they have to try and keep in mind is the penalty zone, right? Because the Eternal Guard and the implosion were used for pickoff. So that is something that France needs to try and amend, and they have to understand that they can't really afford to do so.
Yeah, I think at this point, like SRAM is just willing to commit on those implosions, like knowing that the Sensei is going to be tied onto Macaron, right? So he's willing to use it at this point on only just Hawk. Like that's just one problem you got down, right? But there's the rest of the team here of Ukraine. You got Freestyle, you got Vladosi Cutie here. That is also posing a problem here for France. So I think for France, they're just taking what they can get here right now. Props to the implosions here by SRAM. They've been getting like pickoffs one or two, but it is still not enough, right? Like the biggest problem here is right after that, after they take down Hawk or maybe even Freestyle here, who's left to take out Macaron?
I think right now for France, they're stuck in the tough spot. Ukraine can just keep playing this macro game, this split push game, and I think the only real win condition for France is to either get a massive combo, most likely during a Lord fight, or they have to wait for the right chance. And if they want to blow their ultimates to try and go for a pickoff, it has to be on Vladosi Cutie. On anyone else, I don't think it's going to be worth it at all. If they only want to spend some ultimates, it has to be on the main damage dealer from the side of Ukraine. Because overall, there's not a lot of ways for France to really dive in that deep all the way to Vladosi Cutie without getting stopped by Freestyle, without getting slowed by Sensei on the Angela as well. So that is what they have to look for. Big combos or the Natan. And considering that Vladosi Cutie already has that Holy Crystal as well, this is looking fearsome, man. Even with only a small amount of crowd control, members from the side of France aren't all that tanky, except for maybe the Terizla. And even then, it's only going to take several seconds for him to get melted down by the late game Natan. Already almost, I believe, close to full items.
10 kills as well for both sides. And when it comes to the gold, obviously it's going to go to Ukraine. And right now, Ukraine is just ignoring the fact that there's all of these possible clashes that will happen right now because Macaron can just swoop in. He has the immortality here. He can just go all aggressive here, and it's going to be Turquoise, the first target here. He does not make it out, and that's just way too much damage coming through. Insomnia is the next one to fall. 2 members down for the side of France. And with that being said, the rest retreat, and again, Ukraine will be able to secure this load with no contest at all.
That's a great call. I mean, France initiated the whole thing with Snowball going in for a penalty zone so aggressively. Oh, look at Vladdy, though, going in the solo.
Oh, man. Snowball, he's going to be able to take everything up. Vladosi Cutie, the first one to get taken down there. And Snowball, he's still in it for a chase. Goes in for double, possibly a triple, as Clem will steal that away. But France, they take in the wins that they can get right now. 3 for the price of 2. They are still standing in this matchup. But it's Ukraine that got in that Lord, so they have to defend up against that one. And with the inhibitors left here, they have to at least melt down this Lord. But it's a fortunate thing that the Nathan Bladosi Cutie is not yet here, or that would have been a fast push. This is the point, Arashi, where everybody already bought their immortalities.
Oh,
Tempest of Blades. There goes Macaron. Goes all the way in. He still has the immortality. Gets the Winter Crown, but it's not enough time as Turquoise will pick up the shutdown. A fatal mistake there for Ukraine. They go straight for the purple buff there, and this could actually just shift the tides for the meantime. They haven't gotten in that purple buff, and in just 120 seconds, that's going to be where the next Lord is.
Ukraine, man, I think they're getting a bit too overzealous right here. I mean, Vlados Cutie going into the base alone, solo, no real big backup tools, not even a Purify available to try and assist him and trying to make the big outplays happen. I don't know what that was really about, man. It all began so well for them because, again, they were able to bait earlier all the spells out, and then immediately they send Macaron along with Hawk to just go in towards the back line. One being tanky, being immune in the Finch Poise. The other one, immune from crowd control in the Black Dragon form. You saw immediately Insomnia and Turquoise that get zoned out completely or get taken out. That is the approach they have to be taking here if they want to go for a victory. Even here, if they want to go for a big team fight, like we were talking about earlier, France still has such a massive combo here that's still going to be a very dangerous move. They have to play that macro game, and they have to make sure that Vladosi maintains his composure, because if he gets taken out, I have to highlight that once more. If he gets taken out, that could be the end of it, because, of course, Macaron at this point has that late game build, GDS, Malefic Roar, but at the same time, you saw what happens when he goes in to try and make a play. There's still a lot of crowd control available from the side of France to completely shut him down.
Man, the lanes are just moving here right now for the side of France. They're making sure that it flows to their advantage here right now. And so far, the bottom side is all covered. They might actually try to contest for this purple buff that Macaron also needs here right now. 19 minutes in the game. And I did mention that France was able to pull that off up against Spain, right? And they managed to win it up against the Spanish team. And right now, up against Ukraine, it is almost not that impossible because SRAM again goes in for the implosion, flicker out there for freestyle as Hawk and Macaron and the rest of the team gonna try to go for the back lines, but there goes Hawk again, try to reach Turquoise, and now Macaron, he's gonna be able to pick off Clem. 1-for-none trade, and it still goes on as Turquoise a little bit too confident there, knowing that he has the immortality. That's 3 members that have the immortality, and again, extended team fights before the Lord is up. But look at Vladosi Cutie, man, just melting everybody down, forcing the flicker out of Snowball. So this again, the pokes coming through from Ukraine is just gonna give Ukraine the upper hand and taking the Lord.
It was a great play by them to just go straight for Clem, and we highlighted this weakness from the side of France. They do have a bit of a vulnerable hero that's immobile in the backline, dealing with both the Yuzong and the Ling. Even with the Winter Crown, Clem was just unable to come out on top there to survive, even with the backup of his team. And that comes down to the DPS difference. Right now, of course, Insomnia can do a lot of damage, but if Macaron is popping those Tempest of Blades or the Finch Poise, then Insomnia can't really output the damage as reliably. Whereas for Vladosi Cutie, anytime anyone stands in the front, they get immediately melted down. Now with the Lord in Tau, with the base turrets from the side of France, so low right here, France still has a big threat because they do have that combo, and they have their backs now against their own base. So there's a layer of security right there, but Vladosi...
Yeah, man, Clem is just way too low here right now, forcing the immortality actually for 3 members, knowing how much Macaron can burst. Hawk, he's going to try to go in, but that's going to be just Snowball and SRAM. Vladosi Cutie instantly wipes out that turret, but SRAM goes in for, again, the play there onto Hawk, but right now the Lord is knocking in the base here of France. Will it be enough? I think it will, because they're going to lock it in and secure the victory for game number 1.
Hard-fought victory, even though on paper Ukraine was supposed to take that game and run with it. There were some moments of overzealousness that France can definitely capitalize on, but this is what we're talking about. You can see the difference in experience, the difference in planning, and of course when the chips are down, you do see the plays happen. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, for the side of France, I feel like they were planning on having a more decisive way to go for these big team fights. And in the beginning, at least, you can see that it's just so difficult for Ukraine to try and get any kind of winning scenario. The fact that there are three massive crowd control tools from the side of France means that at any moment, Ukraine just are always discouraged away from fights. But what they do have at their disposal is that damage, man. And Hawk comes in alone against four people, still was able to get a kill. That's already an inkling, right? A bit of a hint on how the game was supposed to kind of play out towards that late game. And once Ukraine got Macaron his items, once they have the waves pushing in their favor and that the turrets are down away, you see that they're a lot more bold when they're coming into the chase, when they're trying to go for cutoffs to try and corner France. And unfortunately for them, there's just a bit of back and forth right here. But you can see when Ukraine doesn't group up together for that combo, it is so difficult, man. They have to just constantly keep trying to think, who are they going to try and target with the penalty zone, with the Eternal Guard, with the implosion as well. And eventually, they kind of transition to a semi-pick-off style. They do get the pick-off on Hawk right here, but at what cost, right? With two massive ultimates, three even already down. Everyone from the side of Ukraine just goes in barreling through. And look at that backline, man. No one is safe as they just completely overwhelm them and go for that Lord immediately.
Yeah, I mean it's like the burst coming out from Villadosi Cutie, and all Macaron needs to do is just take everybody down. There were some signs of life here from France. Again, the setups coming out from Snowball, but the implosion play here from SRAM. Again, onto Hawk, because that was the only target that he could actually take in at that moment, right? And one pick off is better than none. But with the Enhanced Lord knocking in the base there of Ukraine, they are just one more game away from the ticket to getting into WEC.
And it's looking good for them. It's looking real close. And if you look at their drafts, I think they have great meaning behind it. We can talk more about the drafts afterwards, though. But for now, we have to take a short break. Let us take a small break. Let the players take a small break. But don't go anywhere, because the next game, potentially the final game of this match, will be coming up soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the very exciting match between Ukraine and France, where Ukraine earlier had a hard fought victory, but both teams are showing signs of life here, trying their best to secure their slot here to go to the next stage. Still with me, Arashi and Burger Kim. So far, Kim, what do you think about the whole match, man? It's been very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to possibly having maybe a. It was so tight, right? Like even the gold lead. I think this is probably one of the closest games that we've had here so far in the European regional qualifiers. But I think for this one, right? Like it's just one more game, literally one more game away to WEC for the side of Ukraine, right? But as for France, they have to do some catching up, right? I think it's easier to do like a clean sweep if you win the first game, but much harder to pull off a reverse sweep, but not impossible, right? Not impossible for the side of France. So I'm looking to see that France that, was a little bit more dominant in the previous games. Right now they're a little bit more composed, I would say, composed and at the same time a little bit more calculated when it comes to the moves that they've been putting out.
Like for France, they have to be a bit more wary of the flexibility from Ukraine because it really seems like they were fully expecting Ukraine to go in for that brawl heavy style, right? The five-man dive again and again. The same thing that they were dealing with from Spain because, both Ukraine and Spain, we were highlighting them as very aggressive teams with very aggressive play styles. But I don't think they were expecting that split push style, the baiting out of resources. So I think if they really want to try and deal with Ukraine that can kind of play different styles, they themselves can't really double down completely on this team fight style. If they want to get two big team fight ultimates, that's great, that's fine. But then they have to try and get other tools as well. Them relying too much on the implosion, penalty zone, and eternal guard combo. Again, these are very big ultimates with long cooldowns, and they don't always have the liberty of being able to use that. So they have to try and amend it for sure. But looking at the banning phase so far, Lo Yi is still banned away from Ukraine. Not really a fan of that macro global style, but France immediately responds with that Ling ban as well. So big respect towards Macaron.
Hmm. Man, this was, I would say, definitely a respect ban, right? Like sometimes the teams think twice, right? They might actually ban it out in maybe the latter two phases, but right now they immediately ban it out. It was so difficult to go up against it. There are ways to actually counter out the Ling, right? Some people disrupt the farm of the Ling. It is possible, but I think for France, right, they just don't want to give that away. Ukraine as well, they know that Snowball again has been using this hero and he's just so good with it. Picks up a triple and a maniac actually in the previous day. So I think this is also a respect that Ukraine is giving. If France gave it to Macaron, Ukraine is just respecting Snowball here at this point.
Now I'm wondering if France wants to respect the Angela as well, because technically the Ling, of course, was absolutely menacing. But towards the end of the game, you saw that the hard guard isn't exclusively used only for the Ling. You saw it being used on the Edith even. You saw it being used on the Natan, which is a, pretty common thing, and with the Yuzong as well. The fact is that in the previous game, Ukraine's composition was basically revolving around that Angela, right? So we were talking about how Sensei might be one of the linchpins of the entire operation, and technically, even though he wasn't making the plays happen, he was still essential in deciding how the team kind of moves around and deciding who really gets that extra movement speed, extra survivability as well in the team fights. So, if they really ban the Ling, I do wonder if they're thinking of, oh, never mind. I thought they were gonna go for the Angela as well, maybe, but Ukraine are the ones who banned it away.
Hmm. I think they just are taking out all of the options here for France to take out, and knowing they're going to be on the blue side, they can choose to do this, right, and force France to ban out the more meta heroes, I would say, and which leaves the option here for, since the Terizla's already gone here for Ukraine, they seem to go for the Roger, but instead France as well says, okay, if you're pretty good with the Ling, you're definitely good with the Hayabusa as well, one of the highly anticipated and at the same time the top band hero in the current MLBB ranks, all ranks at that. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is another hero in Macaron's toolkits, which means that will this be Ukraine again starting it off with a Roger, or will they pick up something else like the Zushin is open, right? It was banned away in the previous game. But then again, that's gonna leave so many things open, right? Like the France can actually answer out with the
Oh,
our lot or oh wow again seems like the teams are not afraid to do this. It's always the case, right? Like I always see teams like, okay, first pick Valentina. It doesn't matter what the other team has. It doesn't matter if we get countered out. It doesn't matter if they don't really have good ultimates. We're gonna pick up the Valentina.
well, generally it's never really a bad time to pick a Valentina, right? It's so flexible that there isn't really a hard counter that can shut you down, making it a great first pick. But they're letting go of the Roger and potentially the Sushin, the Sushin and the Edith as well potentially. But wow, France doubling down straight with the two heroes that used to be so prior in the gold lane, the Roger and the Harith. So they're still going for that burst heavy style, not the DPS that we've seen Ukraine opt for, but now they're going for the Minotaur even. So for France, they've really shown a very dive heavy style, and Ukraine immediately flash out this counter engage strat with the Minotaur.
Mhm. I like this coming out from Ukraine. They're so bold here, right? Like it does not matter if these picks say it's unconventional. You don't really pick it up in the first phase, right? But they're like, oh, we'll take it, right? And these are heroes that just ensures that okay, France seems to go for a team fight eccentric composition, so it does make sense that Ukraine kind of wants to have that additional leverage or additional setups as well from their side, right? If you look at it, like Snowball and Stram, most of the time they pick up like Tigreals. They've picked up the Terizla, right? These are heroes with great CC. And speaking of that, that is one great CC that you can actually have for your side. And I think it just pays here for Ukraine to pick that up. I'm actually wondering why the Zushin is not seen often, but at the same time, I'm looking at these two, right? If you're talking about aggressive, it might actually be difficult to pull off the Zushin very early on.
Maybe they just have a different idea, right? The Sushin can kind of still be utilized very, very well, but technically in a full-on dive, she can go in together with the team, technically with the ultimate, but I don't know if that's the option they want to go for, right? Now for Ukraine, they do have the Yuzong as well, so still flexible here if they want to go for a team fight composition with the Yuzong going to the back line, or if they want to go for a full-on dive. For France, though, I feel like the fact that they picked up the Ruby now is a great adaptation because now you have, of course, the I'm offended for that big combo potential. But in the middle of a long drawn-out fight, you have several chances to cast the Donor Wolf King and kind of set up for your team ever so slightly. With France banning away both the Prio Marksman right here, just trying to find a matchup that can't really be dealt with, that can really be bullied by the Harith. But we've seen Ukraine able to deal with that, right? They went for the Natan, which we didn't really mention too much in the previous game, and that wasn't a winning matchup, right? The Natan against a Harith, in theory, should be a bit more difficult for the Natan, but due to how action-packed the game was, the goal difference really didn't get too far from each other. So I feel like for Ukraine, there are still some options available, but more likely towards going towards that late game, though.
Mm-hmm. For the side of Ukraine, they're now taking out like options here for SRAM, right? Like the Edit, that is also something that's they've used, but at the same time, if you give that to France, they have just so much control in their hands. So I'm thinking of something along the likes of again for France, they have the Harriet and the Roger here, so this is going to be nonetheless the jungler and the gold laner, but they do need a mid laner that can go head to head with the Valentine. I'm thinking Lilia. Lilia would be so good here. Not only does it have not really that impactful ultimate, but it's good to go up against like these, I would say, melee heroes coming out from Ukraine.
Ooh, turns out it's a Kufra though, so
Oh, that's the
they're
first
looking for
time.
ways to really go for a big engage here. Technically, it's more of a combination between big team fight and big pickoff as well. But when it comes down to it, this means that Ukraine needs to be a lot more careful in their rotations. We talked about this yesterday with this Minotaur, but against great big engage tools, great lockdown, the Minotaur is kind of vulnerable to getting bursted out before he can actually
Oh
finish
yeah.
casting his ultimate, the Minion Fury, and getting extra healing and knockouts for his team. So for Ukraine, this means that either they get some kind of help to try and save the Minotaur, or they get an equal amount of dangerous bursts, and it turns out it's going to be the
Ah,
Julian.
yeah.
And at least at face value, Julian and Carry, whoever really gets stuck in the front is going to be taking a ton of damage.
Yeah. I mean, the carry here is to kind of counter out the tanky front line that France has here, right? But it's not going to be easy for the carry. If you compare it with the Nathan will definitely have a much more easier time to poke. But this one is it's just harder here for the carry, right? When it comes to the laning phase. But the rest of the lineup here of Ukraine can actually work on their own, can actually sustain their lane. But France has to lock in their mid laner here to go up against the Valentina and the rest of the gang here. But I really think that the Lilia's great, or even the Zask is open, right? These are heroes that have sustainability, especially in the team fights that Ukraine wants to put out. Oh,
Turns out it's
what?
Aurora. I was thinking that Aurora has potential, right? We talked about
Mm-hmm.
heroes that can give you a second chance at life, and Aurora has a built-in, second chance right straight up. And with this composition, technically, this is a bit more of a same idea but improved from France. They have big teamfight ultimates, especially with this Aurora in the mix as well. But when it comes down to it, they have spammable skill ones and skill twos that can still set up for a pickoff. It's quite a creative approach for sure, but looking at Ukraine's composition, I feel like they have a plan up their sleeve with this Julian here, how they really want to move around the map. There won't be a lot of heroes that can kind of set up for him to try and secure the empowered scythe, big nuke damage. But we've seen Ukraine pull off weird compositions before.
I think this is just Ukraine answering it out with even more burst here for their side, right? And that Aurora last pick, I get that it's to stop the heroes from diving in, especially from Ukraine. Their first four picks rather are all about the dives. You consider the Valentina as that as well, right? And having the Aurora will kind of nullify that. But at this point, the Aurora has been buffed once again. Like when it was revamped, it was actually pretty good. Got nerfed a little bit, but now hopefully, let's see what potential it can show for France. Right, they are already standing at the possibly the last game they might have here for IESF, and they need to pull something different off, right? And this could just be it.
And if you look at the mid lane, though, we keep making a big emphasis on rotations and wave clear. Penzi and Freestyle, with one or two spells, they can just clear out the whole wave immediately, especially with the concussive blast for Freestyle as well. This really means that they can be around the map unless Freestyle gets jumped on. Has to be a bit more careful here because France has a lot of damage available. Look at the top side.
Yeah, Hawk is just getting a lot of the damage, and to add it up, the Ruby is just not gonna make it easy for Hawk, right? Yeah, you got the I Am Offended, you got the Don't Run Wolf King. These are the skills that just whenever you're going up against a Ruby, you just can't move. And even with the Yuzong, right? Like you just keep on wanting to dive. The Ruby is just great. And not to mention that there was Turquoise there as well with the Roger. So it was much more easier to do the task. Macaron and Turquoise have both reached level 4, but France again with a step ahead by picking up the first blood there, and it actually went to Turquoise.
Great start to try and snowball, but when it comes to levels and gold, it's still not too far different. We'll have to see how both teams want to play this, because with the Minotaur, technically, there's more guaranteed for Ukraine if they go for a 50-50. The gold lanes won't really be available right here, so it all comes down to generally plays made by the EXP lane. With the Black Dragon form available, they can also zone away Turquoise from the Turtle, so if that's a strat they want to go for, it is very much possible still.
Mm-hmm. The first turtle is up here for the taking, right? And the Roger just keeps on wanting to do this. Now Snowball. This is not going to be easy, right? You got the I Am Offended available, and here comes the Black Dragon form to zone out the backside. Ram has just reset level 4, and now he might try to go for the backlines. Knowing that all these good ultimates are up, he's not going to go for more here right now. Sensei as well has the frigid breath here coming out from the Aurora, so that's going to be one way to engage in the team fight here, and it actually goes through, misses a little bit as Snowball will be able to steal that Lord. There goes the Minoan's Fury, and everybody's really low. Ukraine just going in for a double here right now as early as the 2-minute mark. 7k instantly, plus it's a good thing though that France was able to take the turtle, or that would have been devastating for their side.
it's a great play from France to steal the turtle away. But at the same time, you have to consider and wonder if Ukraine meant to do this in the first place. They have a lot of the damage tools. If they want to try and burst down the turtle and secure it, they won't have a lot of damage left for the members of France. But the fact that Macaron and Hawk all use their spells for damage to win out the fight instead of going for the neutral objective, kind of hints at, that maybe it's all predetermined. But for now, it's going to be still France having more of a threat, Ukraine playing still a bit more defensive. That gold lane, though, hasn't been seeing a lot of action. And so far, Vladosik Cutie on the carry, still kind of holding his own against Insomnia on the Harith. Later on, the longer the game goes, this carry won't really be dealing as much AoE damage as the Natan, but she will be able to kite back a lot easier. So that is something that France has to try and keep track of.
Yep. They haven't seen so much of like Vladosik Cutie, right? He's been having quite a bit of like peaceful time here on the bottom side, whereas the rest of the teams have been fighting it out in the turtle. And speaking of, they're actually going to be putting their money here as they know that the rotations are going to be made here. This is going to be a possible 3v3 situation here. Mid laners are not around. No ultimates have been invested just yet. But I think both sides, they just know what's at stake here. Plus, the turtle is going to be up. So if they do get picked off here, that is going to be massive for either side who gets the W.
I think it's interesting that Vladosik Cutie is just winning so hard that he is able to just freeze the wave, and instead he was the one zoning out Insomnia, forcing the members of France to respawn. Now they're on the turtle though, and look at the damage on Freestyle.
Yep. That's going to be the enhanced change, but it's going to be turtle getting the much better position here. Look at the poke coming out, and Esram going to be able to get two. Gets in the hug, as well as the turtle going to be reset here. Freestyle going to go in for the Minoan's Fury, but everybody's still up. No follow-ups just yet. Esram, it's going to be Roamer for the Roamer here right before the turtle take, but it is going to be Macaron picking up that killing spree right now. All 3 kills went to him right now. Not only Snowball is going to have something to say about it. It's going to be Macaron picking it up with the Retribution play, and while all of that is being said, Vladosik Cutie again having the time of his life, just taking down that tower like it was nothing.
But Insomnia was kind of present around the fight, and Vladosik is able to just keep farming, keep pushing, and the fact that Hawk was able to just zone Turquoise out. He wasn't able to secure the kill, but he was able to force Turquoise back to base, and that means it's a guaranteed turtle for Macaron. So for Ukraine, everything is falling into place a lot earlier now, already securing a 1.5k gold lead. Not massive, but considering the damage potential and the nature of the damage, which is very bursty, aside from the carry, I feel like France needs to be a lot more careful, especially with their vulnerable members. They still have the same problem right here because they do have a good protection, but if they want to leave Snowball and Esram to try and protect, then they can't go in the front. But look at Macaron.
Yep, there is no flicker out, but look at the enhanced change coming through. It's going to be SRAM, the first one taken out, and Insomnia going to be able to dash in and out, but not for long, as Sensei going to be able to pick up the final kill. Clem going to be able to defend this one, but not for long. That's going to be 4 members of Ukraine that just wants to take this turret, and you might be in trouble. Flicker out for Clem to safety, and Ukraine again gets another turret down bot.
That's some damage coming in from Macaron, man, and now he's going for Turquoise. Doesn't really get him just yet, but Sensei maybe a bit too far in front.
Up there is going to be the setup from SRAM, and there you have it. Might just be the shutdown, but Macaron dances all the way out of that one. A nice attempt there by France. That could have been the shutdown, but it was just way too sneaky there for Macaron. Man, this guy is just doing it. He's just doing it. He's just escaping and just doing his job here. And now, even without the assassin, right? Like the usual Ling or Hayabusa, he's been rocking this Julian so far very well. 7 minutes in, all 5 kills. I believe he has like 100% kill participation right now.
I believe he does, yes. 3, 0, and 2 out of 5. And keep in mind, he just finished his Feather of Heaven, so this is a quote-unquote assassin damaged Julian. But at the same time, if you leave him to his own devices for too long, he has a good amount of DPS. And look at that, Clem!
Oh, yeah, Clem's passive was not enough, right? And now we see the dives coming through here. Macaron, enhanced change. Will it come through as Vladosi Cutie will be able to pick up the kill? They're just tanking up the turrets here at this point, and France just has nothing to say about it as the Lord is going to spawn. Macaron wasting no time. Going to be starting it up as France suffers 3 losses without any price at all to pay here for Ukraine. They just go ram that Lord straight through and get it for themselves, getting the first Lord of the game, not the enhanced one, but enough Arashi to get in the second tier towers.
They're just abusing the fact that France are also short range. Again and again, it seems like whenever they get too close, they get bursted down, or they get zoned away by the Minion Fury. So France now is just kind of confused on how they really want to try and play these fights out. All they can do is let Clem throw some spells out to try and harass, but that's the only edge they have compared to Ukraine. Whereas if France goes for an engage, everyone from the side of Ukraine has good kiting potential. The Valentina, the carry as well. So France just can't really move forward as efficiently. They have to play defensive, but then there's burst damage available, and that is dangerous from Ukraine.
Yep, look at the burst coming through from Macaron, right? Like even Valdosi Cutie's willing to do the dives. There goes Hawk. There goes the pokes coming out from Sensei. But the tower is going to be worked on here as Hawk going to be able to zone everybody away. Petrify comes through, but that's going to be 4 members. He gets bursted down there. But I think Ukraine should... Okay, they won't be able to take that one out, but they do get the bottom side, though. They do get that tower. So again, Ukraine just working their way through like what they did in game number 1. Just make sure that they get all of these objectives.
It's a bit overzealous by Hawk there to just go in against multiple people. But I guess he was banking on Insomnia not having the Purify up. He did go and land at Petrify, but that's where you have to keep track of the Purifies for sure. And now with the top side falling down, they're going to go for Snowball.
Wow. Man, that is some damage coming out from Macaron. Like, yeah, super big damage coming out from Macaron. That was like, what, half HP coming out from Macaron and now Stram? This is something new that we really haven't seen this Kufra yet, but I guess it's to counter out, right? The dash is coming through from Ukraine. But how can that be? It's only the inhibitors left here for Ukraine to take in. 31k for their side and 6 turrets, a Lord, and a Turtle to take in. They've got this in the bag, and not to mention, apart from Macaron, right, Arashi, we have to talk a little bit about Vladosi Cutie. This was the same case. This is definitely the best way, or probably the best time that you can have as a marksman. You get your other teams to be able to contain the lanes, and you're just able to just keep on farming, right? 202 on the carry.
And on top of that, in the middle of a fight, there's no urgency for him to move forward, to risk his life to try and do damage. Even if he just stands in the back, spams his spells out and does a negligible amount of damage, the fact that there's a possibility, a chance for him to move forward means that France has to save up some kind of crowd control tool to ensure that the carry doesn't do what carry does best, just dash all over the place and chase again and again with the slows, and especially with the max HP percentage damage from the passive. So, for Ukraine right now, everyone can just stand around, wait for the right moment, and then go in. There's never a time where they're going to be forced to do anything. So it's a bit reminiscent from game number 1, despite the fact that the drafts are quite drastically different. With that setup, though, they will take out that Lord. And look at France, man, just confused on what to do. They can't send SRAM to just go for a pickoff. There's not enough burst damage in their kit. And if they want to play defensively, Ukraine just ain't biting, man. They just keep going for a big amount of a short burst of aggression and then backing away immediately. So Snowball and SRAM just can't find that big combo, that big engage that the team needs to try and get a victory.
Yep. If it's SRAM you're talking about, it must be frustrating at this point, right? Like 0-4-0 on the Kufra. He had so many good Tyrant's Revenge setup plays here, but unfortunately there was not any follow-up. And right now, Snowball is the one that has the follow-up. As for those Cutie will be able to get that speedy light wheel up. It's going to be the Frigid Breath being thrown out there by Clem as the turret is going to get destroyed. It's going to be a 1-4-1 roamer for the XP laner. And right now, slowly the turrets are going to be taken out here by Ukraine. They're doing their very best to shred it down, shred it out as fast as now it's going to be Hawk, the one fronting out the damage. They're not going to go for more here. Turkish is also dishing out a lot of damage as well with the basic attack. So they're just taking out the turrets here for Ukraine. They know they have the upper hand here. And I think this should be a done deal if ever they will be able to secure the next Lord. But France is not going to allow that to happen, right? They're already positioning themselves here, making sure that they have an equal amount of contest here for this Lord.
Yeah, the death of Hawk there isn't going to be game changing, but it does allow France to really move out a bit more aggressively. The fact that one of the main frontliners for the side of Ukraine won't be in the picture means that technically they have a man advantage and team fight advantage. So they're just slowly but surely trying to find ways into the jungle to try and keep up in gold. Because if you look at the numbers, they're about 6,000 to 7,000 gold behind. And that's a tough situation to be in, man. Zero turrets as well. So the map is just a lot more limited for the members of France, which means that there is no urgency for them to split apart. You're seeing them stick together, and that means there's safety in numbers from the pick-off attempts, but it also means that they're not farming as efficiently. If Ukraine leaves one or two members in the front to kind of scare France, to try and threaten them, that means that everyone else can stay in the back and look at Macaron just clearing the jungle again and again, just increasing that gold lead even further.
Yeah, 503. And even Vladosi Cutie. That's the thing that France needs to do here. 2 on their checklist. They need to take down Macaron. They need to take down Vladosi Cutie. And right now they go for the engage. That's going to be Esram. He misses. Again, gets the Petrify as Snowball dives right in. Goes in for the I am offended as the rest of the gang will retaliate. Freestyle and Hawk are down. And now Macaron as well to be able to free it everybody. The shutdown comes through for Insomnia. And still unstoppable at this point. A 2-4-2 trade. Nicely played out there by France. But who gets the better trade here, Raj? I would definitely say that's going to be Ukraine. Right after that, France just backed away.
Considering they have two heroes that are very momentum, ultimate reliant, they lost Freestyle and Hawk, but both already did their jobs, right? They landed the knockups, they landed the damage, the AoE, so that the rest of the team can prosper. The fact is that the carry right now is Vladosi Cutie, already with the 3-item power spike and the rose gold on top of it. He's doing an insane amount of damage along with Macaron. So if the both of them are available, are still alive and well, that means that the Lord is just not an issue at all for Ukraine. With all members respawning right here, you're seeing them trying to set up the waves to collide together. Definitely trying to make sure that they take out all the turrets at the same time here. At least, if not going for an end, keep your eyes open for a big play coming from Freestyle, though. Because Hawk, I think it's too telegraphed to really catch France off guard, the Black Dragon form.
There's no flicker available yet for Freestyle, but the imminent threat is just there. He can just dive right in and go for the setup, right? He's already waiting for it, anticipating the possible setup, not unless Snowball will be able to get something. But that's going to be 2 inhibitors down, or rather 2 of the inhibitors are already gone here. Bottom side is going to be the only one left. What's really difficult here is the poke coming out from Clem too, right? That's what's really stopping Ukraine from totally pushing in, because all these skills coming out from the Aurora, it's going to be difficult. And you see that Hawk is actually going to be targeting Clem first, while the rest of the gang are just going to be freely taking in that turret. Everybody's still up at this point, but, Ukraine is also going to respect the fact that they shouldn't overstay here.
That's Snowball trying to go for an I'm offended, not landing it though. Sensei a bit too mobile in that situation. As you can see, they're just forced to use these spells like the Tyrant's Rage to just go in and check out the maps, check out the bushes. That's why they can't really save it. They can't really go forward safely as of right now. They don't really have the escape tools if they do run into 2 or 3 members from Ukraine. Now it's back to the farming game, but you have to remember, past 15 to 16 minutes, the gold difference becomes somewhat negligible. Because everyone's starting to actually reach level 15, reach their full item power spikes. Now Ukraine are kind of playing it very defensively. I thought they were going to go for a big fight, but they're showing great composure. There's a chance they could have gone for a fight and win it and ended the game right there. But they said, we take all the base turrets, then we can make a play for the Lord. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep doing what they've been doing since the beginning of the mid-game phase of this game.
Yeah, I think Ukraine is gearing up for a possible split push here. Look at what they're doing, right? Making sure that they pressure out all the lanes to force out France back to the base. And that might actually just be it, right? And Freestyle right now forced to flicker out here to safety. Minoa's Fury just to actually kite out of that one. But look at Insomnia. He's not going to be able to survive that. That is going to be the enhanced chase with those security. And now here comes the retaliation as well from the side. Look at SRAM getting taken down, getting shredded apart here by the members of Ukraine. That's going to be 2 for the price of none. They can actually end this one. They still do have a great amount of wave clear. They got Snowball to set up, but this is the entire cavalry of the side of Ukraine, and they're gonna dive right in. Will it be enough to take in the base? Vladosicuri, they got the minions. They got it as they lock in the base. Ukraine will be securing that ticket to WEC.
Heading straight over there. What a great performance by Ukraine. Even with the rewards dangled right in front of their eyes, they maintain their composure and they get a clean performance. We were considering that there might be a bit of a messy fight to end the game, but look at that. They go for the bait, they got freestyle out of the danger, and they just ended the game without losing a single member, I believe. It all began with this composition, man. It's just so good front to back, and there's just so many ways for them to really threaten the members of France. So you can see that they're trying their best to move forward, to try and do damage, to try and land those combos. But even with Clem popping the ultimate, it was just too difficult, man. There's just so many ways that Ukraine can kind of flank around and get away from danger. And you can see that whenever the fight doesn't really go as a full commit, when there's a back and forth, that's where Ukraine really gets the advantage, right? Because with the Valentina, with the Julian, with the carry, these are all heroes that can have their own independent playmaking tools. And once Insomnia gets taken out, everyone just ran full circle, full sprint to try and secure even more bodies to try and end out the game. But even then, even when they were that close, they still waited for it. They still made sure that their positioning is on point. And look at the targeting, man. They made sure that their vulnerable members are always in the back, that whenever France gets anything, it is always countered back by something.
And what was that damage coming out from Macaron, man? Like, I thought I've seen enough him on the lane, but now with the Julian, right? It was a pleasant surprise, something that was banned away actually in the previous matches, but this time we've come to see it in full fruition as Ukraine will be able to secure that ticket to WEC this year. Congratulations, but as well as France as well for putting up a great fight here today. It wasn't an easy win for Ukraine, but thanks for putting up a fight. But for now, we're going to have more matches. It's going to be Turkey versus Georgia for our next matchup. So don't you guys go away. We're going to be right back with the IESF European Regional Qualifiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IESF Europe Regional Qualifiers with me, Arashi, and Burger Kim. Where earlier we just saw Ukraine get the better of France in an aggressive nature with still calculated approach. Now we're finally at the final game of the day. It's gonna be Georgia up against Turkey. It's gonna be quite exciting here because once again it's a matchup between a team with a reputation, a team that has experience against the newcomer, right? Against the dark horse, technically, who has shown a lot of promise. I mean, I thought Georgia was going to be somewhat basic, but they've shown quite good flexibility in their drafts. They've shown adaptability from game to game. So I do think that this is going to be an exciting match, man. Turkey has to take this one seriously.
I think a lot of people too are really anticipating the Turkey match, right? Like whoever they go up against, knowing that they've been in the MLBB scene for quite some time, right? Like even back in M3, they were there, and they have like
Mhm.
multiple big tournaments in their country. So I think with that being said, that has garnered them some fan base, and it's really tough to be able to pull off really good matches as well, especially in the world stage, right? And that's Turkey for you.
Mhm.
They were able to pull off upsets, surprises in the world stage, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might actually just take everything in. But the same case, like if you think about it, it's going to be the same case here with Georgia. Like with everything that they've showcased for the past few days, I think we just can't count them out yet.
Oh, definitely not. I do feel like if Turkey again just underestimates Georgia, this could end, very unexpectedly for them. So despite having all of this experience, we have to make sure that they do, again, take them at full face value. Right now, let's take a look at the roster though for Georgia, who will be going up
Mhm.
against Turkey. As we saw yesterday, it's Asmodeus, Night
Mhm.
Level, Hawk, Pinkman, and Hennies.
Hmm. Yeah, Asmodeus and the rest of the team, right? This was I would say a team that really surprised us. Even from the draft down to the execution, they were able to execute it perfectly. I think they really have a good idea, a good grasp of like what the game is like and how to actually put it into play here. Especially this is going to be possibly a ticket to Riyadh or WEC here this year. So for Georgia and Turkey, again, it's going to be high stakes. For Georgia, they've never been to that stage, so of course they definitely want to be there. And as for Turkey, right, they want to just get their foothold once again onto the world stage, but they have to go through Georgia first. And you guys have seen them, right? Like, do let us know in the comment section, by the way, who you guys are rooting for. It's going to be the last match, last BO3 that we're going to be having for today. Comment it down below. Speaking of, it is going to be our fan favorites, Turkey. Let's take a look at their lineup here up against Georgia. They are going to be fielding Apex 47, Sunshine, TNZ, Alien, and of course, Rosa.
No stranger to the scene. Big names here with big plays every single time we see them in the Land of Dawn. That is definitely why the fans are just drawn to this team, man. They just always have that X factor. You kind of count them out. You think that they're gonna play mediocre. Before you know it, they supersede your expectations time and time again. And today, it's a bit different though. They are the ones who are actually expected to do well. So somewhat unfamiliar, but that's why it's so exciting right now. Because for Georgia, again, less experience, but it also means that they have less, you know, overthinking to do, right? Even though
Mhm.
they are technically the lesser experienced one, they can just focus on their game. And if Turkey will oblige them fighting aggression with aggression, they gotta be careful. Because for Georgia, they've shown again that they can really pull off some really unique drafts with some really unique mindsets behind the whole thing. Like how these weird picks that they usually select for themselves kind of synergize with each other. I think has been very, very creative. More so than Turkey. Although the aggression, I think Turkey has in the bag.
Hmm. I think the experience is a big factor here, and Georgia wants to have a piece of that, right? Like coming into this,
Mhm.
they've already reached this far into the semis, right? You're down to the last four teams. It is going to be the winners or the victors rather for today that will be heading to WEC 24 in Riyadh. And I think there's a lot on the plate here for Turkey. If they lose out this one, it is definitely going to be a huge upset, right? But as for Georgia, that is their stepping stone to the MLBB world, to more MLBB and to more experiences, and more so, I think. Georgia definitely, proved us all the doubters wrong in the last, the last time that they played up against Austria, right? So they were able to pull off again a sweep. So far we haven't seen any BO3 Sarashi that have reached to at least extended it to
Hmm.
game number three. So it's all clean sweeps so far, right? So far. That's why I'm adding that because we still don't know. We still have this last match for today. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of feeling that game number three might actually be very much alive because we were getting close to it. In the previous match, it was actually a pretty close matchup, right? Like it extended all the way past 15 minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one will be the same case.
I mean, it won't be right for just games in the semifinals, the games to secure the tickets to the next stage. It wouldn't be right if it's, another sweep, but if it's like not close at all. This is what we're expecting here from the semifinals, right? Exciting games, closer matches, a bit of a back and forth. I do feel that I agree with you, Kim. If there was going to be a game that will reach a best of three, I feel like this one might be it. Uh, Thinking about France yesterday, I really thought that that could also go for a full best of three series. But if this match goes that far, I won't really be too surprised. I think everyone is thinking it is quite that close. But who knows, man? If Turkey wants to make this big statement that, yo, there's levels to this, you can just hop into the international stage without experience and hope to best the seniors, right, who's been here for a longer period of time. I feel like they can make a statement right here and show to everyone why there are levels in Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I'm looking at Georgia's stats here too, like the matches that they've had before they've got into this European regional qualifiers is that they've had clean sweeps even in their own country's qualifiers. So that is something huge, right? To put in the bag next to Turkey, who has a multitude of experiences when it comes to the realm of MLBB. And I think a lot of people are just a little bit more familiar with the Turkish team, right? Like you guys have come to love and know them back in M3 all the way up until the recent days of MLBB. They've been still pretty much relevant, and I think coming into this matchup, like both of these teams, it's a matter of for Georgia, it is going to be a new start, especially for their side. And as for Turkey, it is to kind of continue on that that place that they have, especially in the world stage.
Yeah, maintaining their notoriety, I think would be their goal right here, because everyone knows that they have a reputation and they have delivered before, but they have to keep the momentum going, right? They have to make sure that they fulfill the expectations of their supporters, of the world even, to prove to everyone that they deserve to be to come back to the international stage again and again, right? If they really do have a setback right here, that definitely is something that would be less desirable for them, and that definitely has impact in their mental state as well, right? Going up against a newer team, and yet, technically for Georgia, they don't have anything to lose, right? If they lose here, they're losing against a team that has a reputation, that has been performing amazing in the past few international tournaments. If they win, then they have beat the odds and they're surprised everyone, and it's even better. So it's a win-win for Georgia, which makes this a bit more intense for Turkey to be sure, which is why I feel like from game number one, it is on site, man. It's full blast coming in from Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a BO3, right? There's just only so much that you can do with this kind of lineup because after that BO3, whoever, it seems like whoever takes the first game, right, that is going to just snowball all the way up until game number two, and eventually they take in the entire series. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. So I think this game number one, I think apart from all of the games that they will have in this matchup, will be very, very important, especially in the drafting too, right? Like whoever gets the upper hand, the edge, I think this is a time to kind of ban away some of those comfort picks too.
Ban some comfort picks and ensure that the laning phase goes their way. Because I feel like for a lot of these teams, it's always a kind of static laning phase, and then it's like, oh, big fights. But for Turkey and Georgia, I feel like something huge that they have in common here is that aggression all the way from the laning phase. We see a lot of 1v1 duels, solo kills even. So I feel like aside from having comfort picks, they also need to make sure that the overall team fight composition benefits them in the mid to late game. But the laning phase also needs to be taken into consideration, especially if they want to make sure that their respective opponents here doesn't really get to get that pressure advantage. Because when the teams are more experienced, when they have more understanding of how the game works, a winning lane is such a valuable asset, right? It gives you pressure, it draws in your opponents, forcing them to react to you, and you can kind of have a roam advantage as well. If you're winning in your lane, you can go to the mid lane, you can go into the jungle, and at the top tier of Mobile Legends, every single role is interconnected. So I feel like laning phase being so important for these teams leads to it also being important for that mid to late game in deciding who gets to control the game and who gets to dictate the tempo of how and when these fights happen.
I think it's important to note that all of these teams have to factor in as well. Like if you get handicap in a certain lane, that is going to really mess up the rotations that you will have, right? Let's say there's an XP lane diff, or let's say the draft really favored the opposing team's XP laner or the gold lane, or vice versa. It doesn't matter, right? Like as long as I feel like as long as you can get like a good XP lane when it comes to like team fights right now, that's why you see a lot of the teams prioritizing like XP laners a little bit more, right? Because everybody wants to siege in that first turtle. And I think having a good XP laner reaching that level 4 is going to be crucial, especially when securing in the turtle. And for Georgia and Turkey, it's going to be Georgia on the blue side right now in the drafting phase. And immediately they're going to be taking out the Ling. And as for Turkey, they're going to start it off by taking out the Harriet.
So the Harith being banned away, we haven't really seen that too often. We've seen the Harith actually let go very often so far in the Europe regional qualifiers. So I do feel like this is a bit of a respect maybe towards Georgia, or it's just again a matchup thing, right? Harith is a notorious lane bully, not as strong as it used to be during Harris quote unquote prime, but it's still definitely respectable. And at the very least, that pick really guarantees that you won't really lose in a matchup. You can at least go even. And on that note of power picks, the Roger again can be put in the gold lane still if we're talking about lane dominance. And that flex potential is always great, especially because we already highlighted that both Georgia and Turkey have a great understanding on the drafting phase, man. They know how to bait out picks, they know how to play the mind games and use flex picks to really get the best out of the whole drafting phase.
They took out the Valentina here as well for Georgia. It's something that the teams are so bold here in the European regional qualifiers to do so. I think back when she was first released in 2021, that's November 2021, I still remember because she's always, almost all the time, either in the ban list
Mhm.
or the pick list when it comes to professional play. But I think this is probably the region that has really prioritized the Valentina. Like it doesn't matter what the opponent will pick. They're gonna first pick the Valentina. It does not matter. And I think it just goes to show how bold they are when it comes to the drafting phase, right? Like picking up a Valentina first pick is not something that you'd see so often. So, for all of the teams, that's something to note. And Georgia as well, locking or banning out the Roger here. For Turkey, usually I see a huge threat in like the Terizla and the Yuzong when it comes to the XP lane. So I think Turkey's just gonna let that slide, right? Like either or, they're gonna get one without the Roger being available right now. Georgia's gonna start it
Mm.
up, of course, with the Zushin here right now, which leaves Turkey to actually lock in the Terizla. Other things are open as well. The chip. Before I could actually even say it, they actually lock it in. The Terizla and the chip here for their side, a good combination that you can pair with the shortcut. You've seen it in yesterday's games, Arashi. It was absolutely deadly. Now Georgia has to answer out to this.
Well, the immediate response is the Minotaur and the Yuzong. So getting a strong laner to go up against the Terizla, getting the Minotaur to counter engage perhaps sneakily when Turkey maybe goes for a shortcut play. And this Sushin here is what I think is very interesting. I believe Georgia were also the ones who actually used it the last time we saw it in the European qualifiers. And they're showing to really know how to get the best out of it, right? The wave pressure and the team fight pressure as well. I think she's actually a very underrated team fighter because of the amount of utility you bring out and the constant damage. against a single person, it's not really
Oh,
as amazing. But when all five members of your opponents are getting hit by the lantern, I feel like that adds up to a lot of damage. And being able to lift and throw people around definitely is a huge plus. But against the Fanny here, there is gonna be
I was
defensive
gonna
tools
say.
available for the Sushin with the ultimate. But Fanny, man, we haven't seen an assassin quite like the Fanny in the past couple of games. I think Turkey again is just trying to send a message that they are going full force all the way from the beginning.
Yeah, I was like shocked when that was picked up, right? Like usually this would come out either in the last phase if you're not that bold, and with the decent amount of crowd control that Georgia has, I would say that again it's a snowball type of lineup here with the Fanny. It really benefits from the Sky Piercer. You guys know that very well. Every single assassin is doing really well right now because of that item, that Sky
Mm-hmm.
Piercer that is honestly really hard when it comes to the team fights. You can instantly execute a teammate, but Turkey as well, leaving no stones unturned. They're taking away Asmodeus's Martis. It seems like Georgia is a little bit more of the utility. I'm not so sure if they're comfortable with the assassins or maybe perhaps like fighters, right? Like Alpha and the Leomord, which we've seen in the previous days. So that leaves the last option for Turkey to either ban out the gold or a jungler here because both haven't revealed their gold laners right now. The Claude is still open though.
It is still open, and Turkey will have the first pick once both teams have banned one more hero. So the fact that Georgia is banning away a bunch of gold laners here, I mean, it's only two, but it's still quite significant. This means that they're also narrowing their own gold lane pool, unless, of course, they have this plan of bringing a mage into the equation. All right, if they go for, let's say, like a Lunox gold lane, you have the benefit of having a good damage, strong laning, but also the fact that you can kind of be a lot safer from dive potential, dive threats coming in from the chip and the Fanny that will most definitely eventually make their way towards the gold lane. So, knowing that Georgia is quite creative with how they like the draft, I feel like that's not off the table just yet.
I was thinking of like Lunox too. A great way to kind of evade all of these potential ganks coming out from Turkey. Not unless Rose is going to pick that up for herself. Like it's a tank killer, but instead they choose to go for the Nathan. Again, a great amount of burst. The nerfs can be felt, but you've seen it in the game earlier with Ukraine. They were able
Mm-hmm.
to make it work with the Ling and the Nathan, right? Like the Fanny can just split push, and what more ways to split push than actually having the portal here? So there's just so many possibilities here for the lineup of Turkey. They got all access. Like if you got if you're talking about like all access VIP pass when it comes to like concerts that you guys want to watch, then this is it. Turkey has gotten all of that all access here right now, and they got all of these VIPs gonna come in and play. But Georgia, they still need to answer out with a gold laner that can go head to head with the Nathan. I'm thinking something along the likes of Claude
Ooh.
that really has a tool or a way out. And yeah, they do go for it. I was thinking of like a Lunox, but they might be compromising on like the magic. They might be too much magic damage. So they go for burst here. I was thinking of something like a saber because usually that's what you would answer to a Fanny, right? Like he instantly executed. But instead they go for the D-Rot. I believe this is gonna be the jungler and the Claude in the gold lane. Finally, Turkey needs to seal the deal here with Rosa. What is she going to pick up this time without the Valentina and Lilia being banned away here by Georgia?
Adding utility would be great. A savior comes through. I mean, utility is there, and the global presence still to really maybe secure kills that the Fanny fails to secure in the midst of a big flash skirmish. Right for Georgia, it really seemed like they were going for a bit of front to back, and then they transitioned it a bit into more of a dive composition. Mind you, the Suchin can still go in with the Crimson Beacon, and technically that's a double channeling AoE coming in from the Claude and the Tsushin, and both coming with different types of damage. So in a 5v5, that could definitely be a problem. But that's the issue right here, right? With the lineup from Turkey, they don't really have to go for a 5v5. They can do
Yeah.
exactly what Turkey was doing, like you mentioned, Kim, and they still have the chip on top of that, right? I mean, earlier we saw that when Ukraine was doing it, they didn't even have like another global ultimate to really make plays with. So I feel like it all begins with the first turtle. I feel like if Georgia can try to get some momentum at the first turtle, get a couple of kills, get some pressure, and then invade straight into the jungle, I feel like they have a solid chance of snowballing, of getting into position to force Turkey into those 5v5 fights. But if they really start falling behind, then I think Turkey, knowing their experience, it might just be a matter of time before they just pull apart this composition and force them to play solo without relying on each other.
I think for the side of Georgia here, it's the key is to have like all these early game heroes, and you've seen it with the Yuzong, the D-Rot, the Minotaur. These are heroes that can invade early. And looking
Mhm.
at Turkey here, they got the chip as well for their side, so I think they can pretty much do their very best to protect the Fanny. But like what you mentioned, they can really evade all of these team fights, right? Like just leave everybody to just take in the macro gameplay, not go for the team fights that Georgia wants. And they can absolutely do that. I told you, they got an all access VIP pass to the Land of Dawn, and they can absolutely do anything with this lineup. Like this, Fanny can split push. Nathan can do exactly the same thing, and they just dip in the portal, shortcut, go in somewhere else in the map. And that's really the beauty of having a chip that we've seen sometimes in the ban list and sometimes in the pick list as well.
I do wonder how this is gonna play out because the direct pick in particular kind of interests me. Because initially I thought it's maybe okay if they're going front to back, right? They want to make sure that their frontliners will live longer than the opposing team's frontliners, and the direct could be a great tool to combo up with the Claude to try and do that. But I guess in some way or form, it also is a great solution if they're concerned about the steals, right? If Turkey are trying to go for a 50-50, yes, the Fanny has a cutthroat, but overall, the Abyssum Strike is a very reliable tool that does extra damage based on missing HP. So it can be used to force a 50-50. So if that's really the case, this means that Georgia is kind of really geared in to hunker down for an objective fight, whether that's the buff, whether that's a turtle or lord. They have ways to secure it in a 50-50, and they have ways to really get the best out of like a multi-person 5v5 fight. So that kind of leads the question to how Turkey is going to play, and if it's going to be just a pure Fanny split push and Chip walking with the team, or is it the adjustment or the new style we saw from Chip, where the Chip actually is the one going far away to the far side because he can bring the whole team to the far side of the map and back to the Lord as well.
I thought you were gonna say dark side. Come to the dark
To the
side.
dark side.
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's not. That's not there yet, but definitely it is going to be a whole lot darker if you bring in all of those, all your entire cavalry rather, into the portal. And I think the only way to counter this out is if Georgia is prepared to take in the portal. But that's the problem. There's just way too much portals in the map. How can you actually do that? Not unless, again, there has to be some disruption that has to be made, especially in the early game. Apex 47, wow, getting
Oh,
tugged in and out here by Geo. Gets the first blood here for the side of Georgia. Interesting too here, Arashi. Tianzi actually started it off with the red buff instead of the purple buff.
guess it's about making sure that she's in that the Fanny is in the right place at the right time later on when they're trying to contest for more objectives. Might be the idea behind that difference in rotation, or trying to preserve the purple buff for more important times in the game. At 1 minute, you don't really need a lot of energy. A lot of that purple buff really isn't put to good use. So TNC can afford to do so because the team is very strong and they're kind of denying a lot of the invades coming in. But look at the EXP lane though.
Yep, Apex 47 is here to save the day, but he's taking a lot of bursts. But here comes Tienzi to save the day. Asmodeus is so low. It's taken down here, and now Geo as well, able to sustain, able to flicker out of that one to safety, but not unless Apex 47 will get the revenge here. Here comes Tienzi as well. Does he have the cutthroat? One more hit, and he takes Geo out. That's going to be Turkey picking up 3 kills, and this is looking really scary, Arashi. 2-0-1 on the Fanny.
It's a bit too over ambitious from Georgia. They have damage, but they have continuous damage. If they're going for a short burst of aggression just like that, then Turkey will most definitely have the advantage, right? They can just send out a couple of spells. They have the assassin, the Fanny, and they do have a chip, but look at the top side though.
Okay, that was too close for comfort. Tennis was almost taken down there Tianzi just had one more. I'm not so sure if he was able to build up the Sky Piercer, but right now, over on the mid side, once again, that's really getting annoying. Rose
Oh,
is able to survive with the Slither of Hell. Just reached level 4, but here comes Tianzi. A little bit aggressive here, but he's not going to go for more as he heads straight to the turtle here for the side of Turkey. But hold that thought. You got to get that purple buff first.
yeah, and man, that was unfortunate for the side of Georgia. They were kind of ready to get that kill, but Asmodeus didn't land the Abyssum Strike. Uses it, it got kind of juked technically because they were so close to each other. And now without a man advantage, it's gonna be again the team fight advantage from Georgia, but for now, right, especially in the first few early levels, a lot more burst damage potential coming in from Turkey, unless they do find a way to stop TNZ from flying around, right? I think the Vita is the person that they're looking for, that they're looking to try and stop this Fanny from just sliding all over the place out of control. Apex though,
Yep, he manages to find his way in through that portal. And now it's going to go haywire here as Asmodeus going to be able to get the cutthroat down onto Asmodeus. He gets the killing spree, but right now he's in trouble.
Oh.
There's a shutdown from Geo. Look at the continuous damage. Apex 47 might be next here as Night Level going to pick up that double onto Apex 47. And now this equalizes the game. I think we have Georgia giving Turkey definitely a run for their money. They just know how to counter out all of these aggressive engages by Turkey. And they pull it through. And honestly, what's really difficult is Geo. He's been tugging everyone in and out. And not to mention, he's actually kind of squishy here. And he's relentless at kind of tugging everybody in.
I do wonder what kind of build Geo is going to go for, because the Suchin, very surprisingly, has a couple of different build paths technically. Look at the top side though, immediately Turkey trying and equalize, getting all the turret gold on the top side there in exchange for the turtle. Look at the bottom side though, kill attempt, and that will be secured, man. That is Night Level just taking a lot of aggression again and again. That's the cost of having an aggressive XP leader that wants to push again and again.
Curious, Arashi, are you that kind of guy who loves surprises?
Ooh, talking
Yeah,
about
that was
surprises, I do like surprises, but Sunshine definitely wasn't ready for that one. Both teams
Yep.
might trade targets right here, but Apex comes through with the portal. Asmodeus might
Yep.
go on him though.
Oh man, that was the surprise. I was asking if you liked surprises because Turkey has only gotten in like one full surprise here up against Georgia. That was down bottom. And they have to keep doing this, right? And it seems like Georgia is so prepared to take in all of these surprise teleportations that the chip has been making here. And so far, they have been giving Turkey a run for their money as Tianzi gonna go right in, try to stop the damage there, but that's gonna be Georgia actually picking up the turret there on the top side. That's gonna be the first turret down here for this game.
Georgia's still doing a great job just using the pressure, but look at Geo. Oof.
Yep, forced to pop in the ultimate as the Blazing Duet is up as well. Henny's Alien gonna soak up the damage. Dawning Light is not enough to take Geo down as Asmodeus. He's gonna try to get more, but gonna get punished there as well. And now Henny's, he is in trouble. Gets the
Ooh.
Purify. Actually, does not have the Purify, but the Cutthroat comes through as Tianzi picks up another killing spree.
It's all about just estimating the damage, man. If Georgia can survive from the initial burst of damage, then in the long run, with all the AoE they have, they can get a victory. And they still do have a very solid pick-off chance using Asmodeus on this Dairoth. But Turkey, I think, will have the edge on this turtle, takes it without problem, and gets the top turret as well. So equalizing already.
Wow.
Look at Geo go, deleted!
Deleted instantly in the map, just as we were looking at TNZ, securing in that turtle. I believe the Sky Piercer has been secured at this point. And this is
Mhm.
just getting really difficult here for Georgia, right? There's so far it's not even Apex 47 or Alien that's the problem here. It's TNZ. Like they try to have these team fights, but even if they take down Apex 47, there's just TNZ to do the cleanup work. Pretty much like what we had in the game between France and the side of earlier, but now we see a team fight happening here. That's gonna be TNZ getting in the Cutthroat, and there's gonna be two left. Asmodeus, next one to fall, and now going for the triple here. That's gonna be a triple picked up by TNZ. 14 kills to boot here for Turkey. And it is only one remain standing there. That's going to be Night Level.
It's unfortunate, man. They tried to go for the outplay. They tried to bait Turkey in and then go for a combo, but there's just not enough damage. And Henny's in the beginning went to try and clear the wave, but TNZ just demolishes him out. Once again, just coming in 11-1 and 3. TNZ, man. What an absolute monster. Taking away the purple buff as well. Now Turkey is really snowballing out of control. Previously, if they can stop the Fanny, most of the kills are only on him, but now look at everyone else still doing a respectable amount of damage.
Yep, that's going to be Apex 47 diving right in. But right now, you see the turrets being taken down one by one. It's going to be Tenzi just executing everybody. But the Blazing Duet, it's a little bit too much. Tenzi going to be able to back away as Rosa as well picks up that killing spree. Gets caught up in the Mystic Field and gets comboed there. 19 kills for Turkey, but right now might get punished though. Flicker out from Rosa, but there's going to be the passive coming through here. Rosa forced to use that Dawning Light as Night Level picks up the shutdown.
He just styles on Night Level there, ulting backwards. Because at that point, he knows it's done.
He knows.
Right? That's the Yuzong for you. That's why the mid laners are having such a tough time whenever the Yuzong is in the picture. For Georgia, it's a 4K GOAT lead, but again, for Turkey, they gotta keep in mind, most of the kills are on one person, right? You take Tenzi out of the equation, not everyone is actually that far ahead. And when there are moments like this where somehow, some way, Georgia is still finding pickoffs, finding kills around the map, it's hard for Turkey to say that they have full control over this game.
Yeah, and what's really difficult too about the team fights is that you see the instant burst, right? Coming out from Asmodeus or Geo at times, right? Or even Night Level that dives right in. So that's really the key here for Georgia. But we can't really count out the fact that, apart from TNZ, we have to take a look at Rosa here, who has only been taken down once here of Night Level. And that's going to pose a problem too in the team fights, right? You got the global presence of the Dawning Light. You can execute anyone as well, anywhere in the map. Here's the first Lord of the game. I think for the side of Turkey, they're forcing out these team fights as TNZ. In a blink of an eye, you just take down Night Level. It wasn't even enough time to get the Petrify up. I'm actually really curious what the items are right now. It might be definitely a Sky Piercer, perhaps a BOD and a Malefic Roar, because that is just way too much damage. Oh wow! Just speaking of the Malefic Roar, there it goes. He just secured it right now as TNZ getting a spot here on the Lord. The Vita gonna try to make that setup happen, but it is not gonna happen. He does have the Minoan's Fury available. Apex 47 gets tugged in. Vita as well, soaking up the damage, but it is not enough. It is gonna be Sunshine picking up the kill. They got the Lord to boot here for the side of Turkey. They can at least take down the second tier towers, but right now Rosa and the rest of the gang, they're in trouble. There's Night Level. He's going in for the punish. He goes in for the Petrify, but right now it is going to be Apex 47 that retaliates with the clapback.
There's a lot of damage still available, but for Turkey, man, TNZ, the Dragon Slayer, deletes Night Level to start everything off. And keep in mind, the Lord isn't even in the picture just yet. They're just brute forcing this with the amount of damage they have. And at this point, Sunshine even is just walking up. He knows that even if he gets taken out, the team has enough damage to really punish the side of Georgia afterwards. Now with their backs against the base though, this is where they can really have a safer time. If they want to go for a team fight, they can just plan ahead on how they want to punish Tenzi if he goes in a bit too overzealously. So you can see that Turkey recognizes the danger, plays it a bit safer as Henny's picks up his golden staff finally at 11 minutes. Definitely a bit late, but better late than never. You talk about the items for Tenzi. I believe he had a Heptases earlier. We saw the Malefic. I'm thinking if the BOD is already in the picture just yet.
For sure. I mean, that amount of damage, that's like 2 hits on Night Level. I mean, I'm pretty sure he has the defensive items here as well. And to be taken out like that by the Fanny, right? It's just absolutely insane. Even with Tienzi coming in, right? It's just Georgia backing away. And looking at the items here right now, we got, it's a BOD. It's not even a Sky Piercer here at this point. A Heptases, a BOD, and a Malefic Roar. I think that is enough damage to force out Night Level and even Geo here to pick up the brute force breastplate here to counter out the physical damage coming out from Tianzi.
Here's the physical defense boots as well, and this is what I was talking about. There's a lot more flexibility when it comes to itemization for the Tsushin, because it's not about big chunks of damage. It's about over time, right? As long as you're allowed to just spam your spells out again and again, you can still have a great impact in the middle of a big team fight. Later on, though, as far as the backliners, oh, never mind, cut that thought, man. Tianzi.
Yep, Tianzi. He's gonna try to go for it. Another attempt, but right now everybody's at full HP, right? Speaking of the attempts, he actually gets himself the immortality as well, so expect those dangerous, risque dives coming out from Tianzi. Right now, it's Turkey on the driver's seat once again. 7 seconds before the Lord is up, but everybody's still up here for Georgia. I'm just wondering how they're going to find their spot here on the Lord, knowing that there's a lot of openings here for Turkey. This might actually just be a bait, Lord, for the side of Turkey.
It could be baiting for a big fight. And for both teams, the longer this goes, I feel like Georgia has a bit of an advantage purely because their gold laner is more mobile and has the Purify as well. If you look at Sunshine, it's a Flicker Natan against a Yuzong. So if it really comes down to the damage output of the gold laners, Georgia has an advantage here, and Turkey are the ones who need to make sure that their gold lane has the protection. But look at that, it doesn't even matter.
Wow, it's like Tianzi just walked in. Hey, excuse me, I'm walking through, and oh wow, it's Henny's right there. I didn't see that. What amount of damage was that? I think even Henny's was surprised. He wasn't even able to pop up that Purify, and now Night Level. He does have the Anti-Cuirass, but here you have it. It is going to be a 4v1 situation. He does get the immortality out of Tianzi, but it is going to be Sunshine that picks up the killing spree. 2 members. And I think it's a big factor that they took out Night Level here, which seems to pose a problem, especially for Rosa and Sunshine.
Like that for Georgia, they're just having an issue with a lack of tankiness overall, just in general. If they can't really send anyone to check in the front, because even Night Level gets immediately deleted. And the same thing can be said for Davida. But Davida needs to be around to really help Henny's and Geo if they really want to make sure that the Fanny can't just immediately delete. But look at that, Tianzi, man, not feeling any pressure whatsoever as the Lord marches down the bottom lane. This might be the beginning of the end.
Oh man, that's what they say. There goes the Vita. There goes the setup. It's going to be Alien taken in, but look at the portal, the shortcut! That's going to get an Apex 47 right into the base here of Georgia. But it's still not going to be enough because everybody is still up here for their side. They're going to do their very best to just take out at least the inhibitors here. But that's the signal. That's the signal. That's going to be Night Level taken down. Tianzi to the rescue. And now the rest of the team is at a confusion of what to do next. That's going to be the Winter Trenchel play. Grows out a player. Another Winter Trenchel play too for Alien. But it is going to be a little bit overzealous there. Nice replay if ever that does happen. But wait, what? Look at that damage coming out from Rosa and Sunshine. And speaking of that, the Dawning Light takes out the members here at Georgia once again. 2 for the price of 2. They did get that shutdown on Tianzi, which is actually going to help them with the gold swing. But right now, looking at this, it's 46k for Georgia and 53 for Turkey. So I would say a gold swing a little bit, but not entirely, right? Because it's only one member that you took out. You still have to worry about Rosa and Sunshine here that are still unstoppable at this point.
More importantly than that, they lost 2 base turrets as well in the side that's far away from the Lord. So Turkey gained a huge advantage for that next Lord take as well. Look at Geo though, just trying his best to try and make plays happen. And this is how confident Turkey is at this point. Sunshine, without escort, right? Without Apex right next to him, just walks up, takes some spells, takes some damage coming in from Geo. But look at this, it's only 2 members in the jungle. Could be a mistake coming in from Georgia, man. They can get cut off.
I think they're also scouting the area, but right now it's going to be really difficult for Kenzie. He's just going to do the cleanup work here, but now not Light Level is going to try to get down Sunshine, and he will pick up the shutdown. And now it's a double kill for the marksman. Alien as well, going to be able to sustain, but not for long as they take down 3. What was that? You just mentioned they might be in trouble in the jungle here. They might actually go for a split push here. They can go for the Lord, but it is going to be Tianzi. Will he actually make it? He can actually execute Night Lavelle here, but it's gonna be way too risky. He can go for the Lord here. He has the buff, but without the three members here of Turkey, it's going to be really difficult. He has to pull a miracle play here because he's getting zoned out so hard here. As I think Georgia is going to
Oh,
be able to take that Lord and the takedown as well on Alien. The turnaround here, Arashi. What was going on? It's just that one team fight in the jungle where we thought it could have been Georgia's end.
it's the fact that the gold swing was so massive from the shutdowns, and Turkey was still playing as if Georgia was just that far behind in gold. So they walk up, they get roped into a fight where TNZ wasn't the main initiator, wasn't the main guy who went for the assassination before the fight even begun. And as such, we talked again already since the beginning about the potential for Georgia if they can eventually force Turkey to fight 5v5. Now with the Lord, oh, actually, look at the Fanny though on the top side. But with the Lord, man, Georgia can really force Turkey to group as five and force them to a front to back. This is a terrible situation for Turkey to be in.
Yep, the Blazing Duet is a little bit too much to handle here. And right now, look at the burst! Davina's gonna go for the setup! And now Gio as well, gonna take down Rosa. It is a massive outplay here with the Lord on their side. Georgia goes in for a massive upset here in our game number one. They go for the wipeout, lock in the base, and take in game number one.
What a very impressive performance, man. I mean, Turkey did amazing as well. But in the Land of Dawn, it only takes 1 second, man. One moment in the Land of Dawn, and before you know it, that game that was so dominant, that game that was Turkey's to win, got stolen from them by Georgia. That's why it's so dangerous to have, an assassin that's vulnerable. But more importantly, that's so dangerous to have one guy hogging all the kills for the team. Like we were talking about earlier, the moment that Atenzi gets taken out, the fighting prowess of Turkey gets nerfed by a significant amount. And the same can't be said for Georgia, because Georgia has a more even distribution of resources. And they did a great job persevering. And once the Lord got taken by them, I feel like that was just the moment, man. That's what will allow them to really ignore the split push attempts because of the empowered waves. That is what's going to allow them to just force the group to 5v5 in the situation. The fact that Turkey lost so many members right before the Lord spawned, man, I think that was really fatal.
Yeah, I mean, all across the map, right? There were trade-offs here and there, especially in the early game. I like the resiliency here of Georgia. There was a lot of winning moments for them. And as for Turkey, you see the early to mid game power spike, they were just there. But then again, this is what gets really frustrating about the game, right? Like once you reach that late game and somebody, it's just like one team fight or one wipeout that can actually change the tides of the game. And that's actually what really happened here. Like the side of Turkey was getting in all of these kills, right? They did get in all of these towers, but right after that last enhanced Lord, I think that was too much to take. I think that there was 4 members down, right? And right after that, they just couldn't bounce back from that situation. Georgia just went in for the straight push, and it was just game over from there.
It's a massive, significant comeback because even here, when they were tanking the turret for so long, when they took the full brunt of the AoE, it still didn't matter because they were that far ahead in gold. But after a couple of fights here, you can see that there was just so much chaos for Georgia themselves. The Vita again and again was kind of baited to proc that Minion's Fury so early on, and Turkey did a great job baiting it out. But again, that's only when things were happening on their terms. If it's Georgia that's being aggressive, it's a whole different story. And that backline, again, with the Yuzong, it's always so difficult. I think Rosa in particular really felt the pressure. It seems like they have an agreement on who is supposed to really die for who. This is that moment here where they're all already caught up in gold. And you can see the Tenzi, the 15-2 assassin, came in so late. And at that point, he can't just go in a 1v5. Fanny doesn't operate like that. And that is where I think everything really fell apart. If you want to go even further back, the fight in the base, where they gave up a couple of shutdowns without really a need to do so, I think really
Right.
started off the whole chain of sequence of events that allows Georgia to just get the amazing upset here in game number 1.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, and, a little voice in my head actually said that, it might actually be a possibility that Georgia can take this. And they did. they took that game number one. But for now, it is far from over because we still have one more game, and that is the deciding matchup if Georgia will book that ticket to WEC 24 this year. But for now, we're going to take a quick break first before we proceed with the next match. Don't you guys go away. This is IESF European Regional Qualifiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IESF Europe Regional Qualifier, where we are trying to find out who is going to be the final representative from Europe to go to WEC. And it's a match between Turkey and blacking out here Georgia, who just got the win in game number one in an insane comeback fashion, showing determination, showing patience, and everything across the line. Now Turkey is on the back foot. We're looking forward to another exciting game. Kim, what do you think?
It's match point for Georgia. Just one more game away to Riyadh this year. So that is something that Turkey has to put in their minds when they get into or when they head into this next game, right? Like that's
Mm,
one more game. All they need to do is possibly get this next game, right? There's just no way out. Like they have to get this next game, or it's gonna be Georgia who's gonna go to WEC this year. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. Like Turkey was leading, man. They were leading for the first few
they were
minutes of the
beyond
game.
leading.
First few minutes and even up until mid game, right? Like going into the
Mhm.
late game, it's just one clash that sealed their fate for that game. It was that, and you were calling it. You're like, oh, I think Georgia's in trouble here. And I'm like, wait, hold on. I think they do have a plan here, and they eventually get in like a win on that last team fight, gets that award, and eventually that was the one that got them in that first game.
I think it's the discipline, right? The fact that they were just so hyped to try and maybe make it to WEC. They were just seeing the potential, seeing that they are so far ahead that one guy can essentially 1v3. Who's to blame, right? If you were in that position, if you're in a ranked game and you feel like, man, I can 1v3 all day, every day, why would you play careful, right? But in the professional level, it's a whole different case, man. The patience and determination from these teams are next level. So if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you gotta be careful to make sure you stifle down, you smolder out all the flames, all the embers, unless you want to have a raging fire that you're not prepared to try and take on. Now we're gonna go straight into the drafting phase for game number two, and I think both teams are eager to just go straight into it, man. It was a game that either team really could have won, so I feel like they want to just get back into it. And for Turkey, prove that they're better, that they're gonna reverse sweep. For Georgia, make history.
Yeah. I think for Georgia, it's still going to be the same, right? The respect bans for Rosa, for Tienzi here. They're taking away the Ling and the Valentina, which are power picks from their side. And as for Turkey, it is still going to be the Harit and Faramis team fight, eccentric types of composition. And looking at Georgia here, it might be a Zaspan, knowing that Turkey could go for more of those power picks first, or the Zushin. That was a game changer. I think they're forcing out Georgia to ban out the Zushin at this point. They can start out with that.
It can go with that, but that means that the Roger will be left open. So for Georgia, it's pick and choose your poison, man. What do you want? What do you think you can kind of handle better? Is it the mid lane, right? Is it gonna be yeah, like Rosa making the plays, or are you gonna be concerned about Tienzi popping off once more, snowballing out of control? Depending on what they really perceive as the main problem in the first game, they can adjust their bans, but it is the Chushin, as you called it, Kim. This in this qualifier, you've been very accurate with your predictions, man.
I
Mystic Kim
mean,
strikes again.
well, not to flex it, but yeah, I mean, the Zusin was a game changer for Georgia, especially in the early parts of the game, right? They were able to you kind of poke out the mid laner, but this means that the other options like the Roger you mentioned was open for Turkey to take in, and Georgia immediately answers it out with I was thinking like Terizla, right? But oh
Oh,
yes, I like that pick, and usually this comes out first, right? Like the Zask can really survive the team fights. They also got the Night Level on the Yuzong that really posed as a threat to especially those squishier heroes like Sunshine and Rosa for game number one.
I think that Yutsong presence is definitely underrated in securing the victory in game number one.
Wow.
If he wasn't always in the back line, literally deleting the back line again and again, things would have been very different, even though there is still damage coming in from the rest of the team for Georgia. But Turkey is doubling down, man. You're going to put this Roger in the gold lane. So there's a chance for Georgia technically to flex this Zask around as well. I think we've seen it once in the gold lane. That could be a solution if you're trying to go up against a lane bully like the Roger. And now with the fact that it's a Zask, the Fanny might struggle to really find an additional target right here. And it all depends on the last gold laner from Georgia. If they go for something like a Moskov, then the Fanny is really gonna have trouble.
Oh yeah, that could be a possible ban here for Turkey. I'm looking at this like Turkey's still so bold to pick up the Fanny, right? Despite the fact that there's
Mhm.
crowd control here with the Minotaur and the Yuzong, and then you got the Zas, right? That is not somebody that you can execute immediately, unlike the Zushin earlier. So for Turkey, it's a very bold move, especially pulling this card out once again in match points. So I think they're confident enough that they can make this work the second time around. Second time perhaps is the charm. But as for Georgia, they are taking away possible options here for Rosa, maybe perhaps for Sunshine. I think earlier in the game it was a savior that also was difficult to deal with, especially in the team fights with the global presence that it had. Or maybe perhaps like a Claude 2 would be a problem when it comes to the gold lane here. Again, it is going to be a Roger gold lane here for Turkey.
Ooh, it's gonna be an Edith as the final ban for Georgia. So kind of leads you to believe that they still want to go aggressive right here, right? Because from the looks of things, the Edith of course can help with the pickoff, but it can protect the backline too. And they might just be concerned about the damage output as well, right? If they have to deal with the Fanny, the Roger, and an Edith in the Primal Wrath form, just slapping out, dishing out damage. That's something they don't want to deal with for sure, especially if they are really gonna go with the same composition. There's a same front line, right? The Yuzong and the Minotaur, both relatively squishy. They're not very squishy, but compared to like a Terizla, it's no comparison.
The chip is also, oh no, the chip is banned away. It was like, oh, that is open, right? And for Georgia, they can start it off with either a gold laner that can definitely sustain, can poke up against the Roger. I'm still thinking of a Claude, it's still open here. But Georgia instantly goes for somebody that kind of negates the team fight. So I would say it still has the protection from the Eternal Guard once the Fanny comes in. Last two picks here for Turkey. They need a gold laner, something for Sunshine. Oh, rather, Sunshine's already picked up the Roger, so it's Rosa
Right.
and Apex 47's hero. So something to counter out the Minotaur here. Will they go for setup plays as well, or will they still go for the savior here?
I think they have enough damage and they have enough setup technically, so maybe utility can work well here. Crowd control, I think, is something they really want to try and have. Because even with the penalty zone, we've seen that a one-dimensional approach with one big ultimate, a lot of teams have already learned how to deal with. And boom, they bring in the Guinevere. So that's going to
Oh
be a
wow.
spatial migration available to try and bait out some of these defensive spells first, and then afterwards, once the Eternal Guard is down, once the Minion Fury is down, the Fanny can come in, the Roger can come in, and with a Farsa to boot, man. They really like this style. Everyone diving in, and the mid laner just throwing down damage from far away like artillery.
Looking at Georgia's lineup, this is once again a Zas that they will play in the gold lane, right? That can poke up against the
Mhm.
Roger, that can go head to head with the Roger. And now Georgia needs to seal the deal here with their jungler. Are they gonna go for again? It seems like Asmodeus is more of a fighter jungler, and
Oh,
it is going to be the Leomord here. Instant delete as well, if you think about it, right? Like once it snowballs as well. So it's a matter of that when it comes to the jungle. But I'm looking at the roamers here. Two very different types of roamers. I would say the Guinevere is um slightly better than the Kaja when it comes to CC, right? It has a whole lot more heroes when they're grouped up together. You can kind of get in that spatial migration combination. But as for the Kaja, it's only one. But here you're talking about who's gonna do the setup first, and I'm kind of worried too because there's a lot of survivability here for the lineup here of Georgia. You got a Zas, you got a Yuzong that is not somebody that you can instantly take down.
yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit more risky, I guess. But I think Turkey is diversifying, right? In the previous game, it's all about the assassins coming in, and that's about it. Now there's a penalty zone. Now there's a spatial migration, and that's great engage. But the Guinevere also provides a lot of distractions, right? With leaving behind a clone, you can still lock people up with the knockup, right? With the Violet Requiem as well. So I think for Georgia though, they do have the advantage of a properly balanced damage output. Because initially, with the gold lane being a Zask, it's very magic damage reliant, and that means that Turkey can itemize very easily. But they recognize that problem, and so they go for Asmodeus on the Leomord. So technically, when it comes to the damage sources, physical and magical both are available, and considering the fact that it's a fighter, right? A lot of members from the side of Georgia aren't really vulnerable to being jumped on, except for Gio. So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, here too, there's a lot of rotation over on the XP lane. They want to make sure to win in that turtle fight later on, right? Like you see Night Level having a little bit more of an advantage here as Georgia will be able to rotate freely there. Whereas the top side might be a little bit of a sticky situation there for Hennies, right? If he gets caught in between Apex 47 setup, but as of the moment, right, it's still no level 4 power spikes. It's just pokes coming out from both sides. So Alien is just getting a lot of the poke damage coming through from Night Level. So he's keeping him contained, actually forcing him to back away, back to the base.
It's very, very early on and shows again the potential of the Yuzong. Because Alien is not a passive player, man. He wants to be aggressive, he wants to be dominant. But I guess the Yuzong, the Terizla, it's just a slight bit outmatched. And the same thing can be said for the rest of the lanes, by the way. Look at how fast this combo, the Vexana Minotaur, is clearing. And now they're
Yep.
prepping for a dive, and Turkey are in the area, but might be a bit too late. Seems like they're going to be just corralling around the turtle. It's going to be the waiting game yet again.
Yep. I think they were setting up. I think Alien knew, right? That's why Rosa rotated towards this way, making sure that she also gets the level 4 once the turtle is up, right? Like both junglers are securing in the purple buff. And I think both mid laner and XP laner know that very well, that level 4 is important. So actually, this is very good understanding of the game for MLBB, right? But both teams, XP laner, mid laner, gotten that level 4. And even Apex 47 and Davida has gotten it right now. So it's a matter of
Oh.
who's going to set things up first. Yenzi, though, a little bit too early for the face check and gets drawn in. First blood drawn by the side of Georgia, but it's going to be Rosa retaliating as well. 2 for the price of 1. Georgia getting in those kills. It's only the Vita that was taken down. They go straight for the turtle.
Credit to Gio for the way that played out, man. He landed, even though Tianzi came out of nowhere, right? Like Spider-Man, literally just swinging through. You saw that Gio was able to land the Terrify and the Eternal Guard. On top of that, the Vita immediately followed up on it. So they have recognized now that, especially in the first turtle fight, that Fanny is going to be a big problem. They want to make sure that they keep it in the back of their minds. And it shows, right? He got immediately shut down there, completely card control locked until he gets taken out. So now he's gonna be a bit more reluctant if he's gonna just jump into the mix with a Minotaur and the Vexana in play.
We see a lot of these team fights being initiated this time by Georgia. There are times that they do hesitate, but they're just giving Turkey really a very difficult time. You see the poke coming out from Geo, even in game number 1, made it really difficult for Apex 47 and Rosa, forcing them to go back into the base, right? So that's a little bit more time taken out from their side. 10k for both sides. It's Georgia still leading, obviously, with the 2 kills that they've gotten in this game. But I think Turkey has to be a little bit more decisive when they go in for these team fights, and it has to be initiated here by either Alien or Apex 47. But how can that happen? Because Alien has been contained here on the bottom side.
I think it's a great play for Georgia here to just roam around, and they're not really getting a lot of ganks off, but they're really denying Tianzi from getting an easy fight in. But look at that, he gets caught by a knockup, but it won't be enough. Still able to cable out of there. But you're seeing Davida, knowing that now it's only Gio that he needs to protect instead of everyone else. Now he just is content sticking together with the mid lane and just roaming as a duo that cannot fall to the Fanny.
Yeah, the Apex 47 here's choice is a Guinevere. So there has to be that surprise factor, right? If used well, it can actually be really a menace.
Ooh.
And now Alien, Night Level, this was a problem for them. And finally, they take him out right before the turtle is up. The Feathered Airstrike has been used up, though. So that is one resource out for zoning away the members here of Georgia from the turtle. Apex 47 going to be starting that up, though. I think Tianzi is going to join in the party. He's going to get Davida. Geo going to get the cutthroat through. And finally, Turkey claps back here. Goes straight for the turtle, as well as the violet migration and spatial requiem combination. But here comes the flicker in from Davida. Minoan's Fury in. Alien gonna soak up the damage. And now the Black Dragon form as well. Davida gets taken down as the Black Dragon form is still up. Henny's is here to join the party as well. Alien gonna be forced to sustain this one. He is deep into enemy space, but he is a Terizla after all. He can sustain for a while, but with Rosa's help, I think he should be able to take it. But a little bit too late there, though. It's gonna be 2 for the price of 1. It is still going to be, I would say, that's a win for the side of Georgia.
It was impressive from Henny's to be able to pick up a kill right there.
Wow.
Night Level though goes for the outplay.
Oh man, that is one heck of a damage. Rosa's still alive with the shields coming through here as well. So Night Level has been such a menace, and now it might be Apex 47. Yep. Another outplay after outplay here. They should be able to take this turret down bottom side. That's 2 members. Whereas Geo starting up the turtle here as well. 5 kills. Relatively low, but Georgia is just really stepping it up here in this game and making sure that they get that ticket to WEC this year. But not if Turkey can say anything about it.
And look at Night Level, bro. He is a problem. 1v1, 1v2. Getting low, full HP, doesn't matter. He just keeps going in, finding the outplays, and somehow, some way, with the team, it's just like the team understands how he plays, and so they're always able to capitalize with the space, with the time that he's able to buy. Georgia lost a couple of members right before the turtle spawn, and yet, because of the interventions, Turkey were unable to secure it. But look at Henny's now, the victim of a dive attempt, most likely.
But there goes the Dominator's descent. It is going to be outplay. Henny's just taking Rosa down, deleting her in an instant. And with the ultimate up, they're just not going to commit for more. And this is what I was talking about, right? The Zas that can really protect itself in the lane, which is why it's so flexible right now. This is huge, though, for Turkey. They did take down the mid tower here for the side of Georgia. So that's going to make it easier for them to contest the first lord here of this game. But now it's going to be a Winter Crown play here by Henny's. He's going to be able to survive. He still has his Nightmaric spawns to save the day. And with Davida here, he should be able to be back up alive once again. But here comes Georgia. They might actually force out the team fight here. There goes the Eternal Guard. Apex 47 forced to flicker out. Dash away at that. And that's going to be the entire cavalry of Georgia here on this top side. Gonna try to go in for the turret, and with the Zaz, it's gonna be way easier to push down this turret, and down it goes. Georgia, they've taken in 2 turtles and 2 turrets here. The Sky Piercer comes through here for Tianzi, but we haven't seen him coming through in the team fights here. It's all because of Davida and Night Level, right? They're denying the intros or the entrances coming through here for Tianzi.
And the has finished the classical races as well. So if Henny was struggling to secure kills earlier, he's gonna struggle as well now. But look at the outside. Is that an outreach attempt at Henny's? Not always an absolute menace. And even on top, Henny's not the getting taken out. This is tilting stuff for Turkey, man. They're getting so close, but yet so far. With the Lord up, they have a man advantage now, Georgia.
Again, that is what they're doing, right? They always do these huge pickoffs between the teams, right? And here goes the Minoan's Fury again onto the members here of the side of Georgia. And that's going to be Alien taking down the Vita. Alien as well is here. Tianzi going to try to go for Henny's. He's still alive here with half HP. They're going to back away for now. It is a roamer for a roamer. A little bit too close for comfort here because they're just looking to take in this Lord. But, Georgia's not going to make it easy for the side of Turkey to be just able to take this freely for their side.
Man, Night Level is on a mission, man. He wants vengeance. He remembers what Tenzi did to him in game 1, and he is just always rushing forward aggressively. Taking a look at the items here, Geo went for the Demon Boots, the Mana Boots, immediately the Glowing Wand and the Blood Feather, so the Blood Wing. So he has a lot more survivability technically, and it's a great way to really increase your power spike instead of going for Enchanted Talisman. Although technically, with so many mobile heroes with potential from Turkey, the Enchanted Talisman would not be a bad pick up either. For now, though, I think Georgia definitely has a bit of an edge when it comes to damage output. Look at the macro game, right? That's where Turkey does have the advantage. They have mobility due to TNZ, and they're trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing their very best right now, right? Georgia has the upper hand, though, on this Lord fight. Look at their positioning. They got the pick of the litter here when it comes to the positioning into the turtle, but not if Alien has anything to say about it. There's the spatial migration onto the members here of Turkey, but it's still going to be Georgia coming out on top as Tenzi will be able to steal away the Lord. A double for Night Level as well as Tienzi, who finally picks up that triple. A little bit too messy there, but that's going to be Turkey picking up the W, picking up the Lord as well.
Despite all of the outplayed tools, Turkey found a way somehow to steal that Lord away and technically still come out pretty well in the trades of the members. With the Lord coming back up, there's more macro pressure available for Turkey. Like a Knight Laveldo taking some damage. Feather airstrike.
Yep, there's a shutdown. Tienzi just picks it up right after the feathered airstrike. You got the Lord for the side of Turkey care of Tienzi, so this should be able to create a great amount of pressure here up against Georgia. So they have to be a little bit extra careful here right now because they do have the enhanced minions coming in. The setup plays can be made as well by Alien and Apex 47. You've seen how crazy it was earlier, right? 2 people who can dive right in and take down the backlines. But fortunately enough, there's a Purify from both of the damage dealers here, so they have that kind of advantage. Eternal Guard has been laid out here. It's going to be the Death game. Phantom Steed is up, and there goes the setup. Minoa's Fury from Davida, but there's no follow-up just yet. Apex 47, he's going to try to go in. Night Level, in it for a chase. He's going for Rosa. He's going to go for the Petrify. He's going to take down Rosa. Apex 47 is the next one on the chopping board. He gets a double, but Tienzi will finally take him down. Alien as well from the backside. It's going to be a 3 for the price of 1. I would still say that Georgia definitely won that team fight.
And again, it's just Knight Lavelle going in, securing the mid lane and also the gold lane. Not the gold lane, but even the EXP lane and the roam in one fell swoop. Georgia now trying to hit back, but at this point, Tienzi has caught up. He has a lot of damage still, and you can see that Davida is struggling to try and predict his movements. Tienzi has adjusted, and he's never coming in straightforward any longer. He keeps going with these weird angles, weird flanks to bait out the initial knockup, and maybe even bait out the minion's fury before committing to a kill. They have to try and shake it up, change it up a bit.
Tienzi. Oh wow, that was a whole lot of ultimates thrown out to Tienzi just to take him out. And without the purple buff, that should be some resources taken out of Georgia. It's still Turkey that has the upper hand here, though. They've taken in a whole lot more turrets than what Georgia could have. But it has been Georgia who's winning in the team fights, which is why when you see the gold lead here, Arashi, it's actually just a 3K lead by Turkey.
3K lead, but it can still extend quite far. For now, Georgia is just playing it safe. Again, with no turrets, they have less safe ground, less areas of safety to back away to. And there's still enough damage from Turkey to just completely one-shot someone, because now it's not just Tienzi. There's damage coming in from Rosa as well. And even if they both fail to seal the deal, Sunshine can come in with the built-in Roger execute and get massive value. But look at the positioning. Turkey immediately pushes the far side of the map. You can see Sunshine solo, unbothered, and they're forcing Knight Lavelle to just go and defend here.
Yeah, I think they have to take that problem out, right? Like, Knight Lavelle has been such a menace in the team fights, and that's their plan all along, to take down Knight Lavelle and take down that inhibitor turret. But here's the chase. Not so sure. He's got a horse, though, up against the wolf. Yeah, they're not going to go for it, right? A little bit too much of a commitment there, knowing that there's going to be the Lord here for both sides to pick up. Earlier, it was Turkey. It was stolen away, actually, by Tienzi with the Retribution take. I think it's still Georgia a little bit too far in. I'm not so sure. They might not contest anymore for this Lord. Just give it straight to Turkey. Try and defend their base, but they already got their inhibitors down, so the Lord should be marching over the top side, whereas Turkey, they're looking to take in at least all of the inhibitor turrets here that's left for Georgia.
And Georgia now on the back foot. They've pulled off a comeback in game number one. Can they do so again? In a similar situation right here, they lost one base turret, but they're still hanging on to two. And if Turkey wants to go for a decisive finish, they face the same problem. They don't really have a lot of long-range heroes except for the Farsa, except for Rosa, right? And the difference right now, though, is the fact that their gold laner actually has to purify. So it's no longer as clear-cut for Georgia if they really want to try and go to the back line. But in the end, I do feel like it's going to be Knight Lavelle once again that has to make the play happen. And look at the wave management here, all crashing at the same time. At least one beast turret will fall for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be the mid turret down. Bottom side might go down as well, but there's a feathered airstrike. Look at the burst damage. Tienzi as well is forced to back away from that one. They do have this Lord here for the side of Turkey, so for Georgia, they got to melt this away, but they have so much wave clear here with the Zask and even the Vexana, so it's not going to be easy to just dive right in. But speaking of, that is going to be Apex 47 with the setup. Night Level goes down. Kara Sunshine, Alien as well, Asmodeus gonna be zoning everybody away, but the feathered airstrike again from Rosa from the backside with their crown, but it's not enough. Hennies will go down. Tienzi picks up a double, and I think it is going to be Turkey retaliating in this game. They got the minion waves in, they get the wipeout, they got their winter crowns up, and they get in a match point here for both sides. We finally have a game number 3.
The final game of the day, we're having a full best of 3 series. Man, that was intense though. It all came down to the specific few moments in that game. It really could have gone either way. It's unfortunate for Georgia that they can't really secure the full-on proper clean sweep, but Turkey once again showing their quality. It wasn't an easy game at all because Tienzi was getting stonewalled a bit more often, and you can also see that Knight Lavelle again and again was able to make those plays, and despite all that, they kept their heads in the game. They had their eyes on the prize, which is the neutral objective right here, and even then they were still able to get a very valuable play, getting the neutral objective but also winning in the fight. And I think that is just a big factor here in how they're able to win, because in game number one, it's also the neutral objectives that eventually allowed for Georgia to turn the things around.
Yeah, this was the last one. The feathered airstrike was just way too good. The positioning here of Rosa. There was the Winter Crown play there by Hennies, but with the feathered airstrike, the area of effect was just way too much. It was only Geo left. They actually managed to take him down to get that wipeout, and that's just a statement by Turkey, right? We get in a match point finally for the next game. And wow, Arashi, I mean, I thought I would see like clean sweeps here, but I think somebody just gave Turkey a run for their money, and now we're gonna have to finally find out who's gonna take that last ticket to WEC 24 as we head on to our next match later on. We're gonna have game number 3 here between Turkey and Georgia, but for now, this is going to be Burger Kim and Arashi taking a quick break first. Don't you guys go away. We're gonna be back with more MLBB action here at IESF.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IESF Europe Regional Qualifier 2024, and it has come to this. It's the final game of the semifinals, and we finally have a best of three after a very intense game. Now, some of you might remember, usually the pattern is after a close game, it's either very, very slow, very, very
Mhm.
long, or destruction. And I feel like both these teams are not going to be willing to back down. So, welcome back to the final game. Stay tuned. I mean, I bet you guys are excited as I am. I mean, what about you, Kim?
I can totally feel that you're excited. Like you can feel the jitters coming out from Arashi there. But looking at
Mm-hmm.
the teams here, I don't know what to say. Like I didn't expect the. Well, I did kind of call it out earlier. I said there's gonna be a game number three,
Mm-hmm.
and here you have it. We're gonna finally have that match point. Yeah, throw away game number one, throw in game number two. It is gonna boil down to this last match. Who's gonna take that ticket to WEC this year? Is it gonna be Georgia or Turkey? I think a lot of people are pleasantly surprised as well in the comment section, saying that it's a surprise that Georgia took down Turkey in game number one. Yep. If you guys aren't updated, yep, that is actually what happened in game number one. And we're down to our last game here. It's gonna be the deciding match between Turkey and Georgia here. Again, it's going to be history made for Georgia if they do make it to IESF, or rather WEC 24 this year. And as for Turkey, it's
Mm-hmm.
about maintaining their hold onto the World Championship stage. Looking at Georgia here, it's still not going to be any different here for both sides. I'm actually just curious if Georgia will take out the Fanny this time, maybe force out TNZ. Oh, there you go. See, Mystic Kim, I'm calling out everything today. It is the Fanny respected this time finally. It lost Turkey a game, won them a game as well. So this time in a matchup as important as this, they're just gonna take it out and force Tianzi to pick something else for this round.
Well, other options are still available though, and you have to remember that in game number one, we can say that it lost them the game, but it still went like 15 and 1 at some point, 15 and 0 actually. So it's definitely still a very menacing option, but we are back into the drafting phase for the final game, game three, thanks to Burger Kim. Let's see how this plays out though, right? Because the Roger has come through now for Turkey without the Fanny available. Are they gonna go for the same things? They have adjusted themselves, banning away the Utah, right? With Knight Lavelle just being so much more annoying. With the Valentina banned, by the way, but the farm is left open. Turkey just snatches it out.
Okay, this is where you lay all your cards down, right? Georgia has gotten themselves a comfort and a power pick, something that the teams are always prioritizing. But now Turkey, wow, it's sustained. And CC here with the Terizla of Alien. That is something that he's also very comfortable in using. Georgia here can either the Zeuson's already out of the picture, so will they go for a Zask here? But yeah, maybe steal that away because it seems like that was yeah, their pickup earlier, and it managed to survive some of these team fights. Or maybe go for like the Harriet, which always oftentimes seem to be on the ban list here.
Especially against a Faramis, I think mobility is something you really want, right? Once another realm comes up, boom, get out. Like you have to run away from that engagement as much as possible. So the habit makes sense, but Lilia makes even more sense. Everyone clumping together is going to be a very soft, easy, juicy target for the Angry Glooms. And they're really doubling down on this Minotaur pick, man,
Oh wow.
especially with the threat of an assassin from Turkey. I'm really thinking that maybe the Minotaur might not show up again. They might want something that with a bit more spammability, like the Ruby, let's say. But they really like it, so they're going to double down on this Minotaur. I did say during the break that I really feel like if they want to go with a Minotaur, they might want to get something else, like another tool, right? Usually we see like the penalty zone being used or the implosion being used to try and supplement each other, kind of. So something like that, because we saw in the final fight in game number two, it was actually very, very close. But the members from Turkey kind of realized that, okay, you know what? There's only one real big source of crowd control from the side of Georgia. So they all just prep the Purify, and they use the Purify aggressively to just negate the Minion's Fury. If they don't want the same thing to happen in this game, Georgia needs to get something else to supplement the Minion Fury.
Yeah, I think there's just answers after answers here for Turkey, right? If the penalty zone doesn't land, you still got the wild charge, and at the same time you got the Faramis who kind of sustain everybody in the team fight, which means that both sides haven't revealed their junglers just yet. I'm thinking of the Hayabusa, something along those lines for the side of Turkey. But Georgia's lineup is also so flexible. This is Roger that can be in the jungle as well. You've seen that, and
Mm.
Turkey will be taking out all the burst options actually for night level. A Lapu Lapu was something that he also picked up in the previous game. So somebody that has the playmaking capabilities and somebody that can really zone the back lines and be a nuisance. I just called the Hayabusa, and right after that, Georgia just spans it away.
I mean, what's new, Kim? You called it out, it happens. For Turkey, though, they also go with the export right here. So even if Georgia wants to go for, I think they're just making sure that Knight Lavelle doesn't really have a very easy matchup. The X-Borg is a lane bully, so is the Paquito. So generally, if they're trying to get lane dominance, I feel like the CC, the not crowd control, the CC hero does make an appearance right here if they want to try and go winning in the 1v1. But considering how the compositions are coming through, I don't know if that's a very valid option. Turkey, though, will go for the Harith. So they have all these survivability tools, all these big engage tools, but they have a very burst style gold laner. So that is something that they might want to try and supplement with the
Oh,
next pick as the
wow.
Mencitar shows up.
Wow, the hard counter to the Harriet?
Huh?
That's hard. That is hard. Okay, I was thinking of like Arlot, right? Like that's what people would usually go for. But I've actually had the chance to test this out, and the King's Calling can be a nuisance to the Harriet, right? And now that seems to be the main power source that Turkey has. They're still saving up for what Tianzi will go for
Oh,
last. They pick up the Martis here for Asmodeus to amp up that early game. But Georgia just has answers as well to Turkey. So they're both just answering out to each other. Tianzi, what assassins are left to take here? I mean, you got the Mincetar here, so it wouldn't really be easy to go for, say, heroes like the Hellcurt. That kind of is like a one trick. So will Tianzi go for maybe a fighter jungler, the alpha, or still stick to the assassin here?
well, we saw the Alpha ban several times before, but it's gonna be a Granger. So they understand the
Wow.
lack of physical damage, so they go for the Granger. But against a Martis, against a Mincitar as well, it's gonna be a lot more
Wow.
risky here for the side of Turkey. They have these beefy frontliners, but in the back line, they just have to make sure that the Harith and the Granger can kind of dish damage out without being deterred, without being zoned out, and that's why they put so much priority in shutting down Lavelle, right? Because the Yutong and the Paquito would be a nightmare if they're going with this strategy. So that's a bold move. In a
Yep.
proper 5v5 though, I feel like with Purifies, now it's kind of the opposite. Now Georgia, if they have a couple of Purifies, they can just stand their ground and just completely out damage right through the Netherrealm. So that's something that
Wow.
Turkey needs to try and solve.
I think the last time I've seen a Granger in the jungle was, well, what, seasons ago in MPL Philippines. Hades has used this. Wise has used this in the jungle, but in the current meta, Arashi, what's this gonna look like? Yeah, it is a Granger, right? I get the burst, right? This is a hero that can also snowball and overlook, but going up against a heavy
Hmm?
CC kind of lineup here, you got the Martis, you got the Minstar, and then you got the Vita here with the Minotaur. So the positioning has to be really important here for Sunshine and TNZ, because Rosa is a little bit more of the support here right now, like okay, kind of sustaining everybody in the team fight. So they're gonna have to rely heavily on Sunshine and TNZ here.
And that's a focusing mark Grok, by the way. So it's very aggressive. And if it's comboed with a Rhapsody or a Ghostbusters, it's gonna be a lot of damage. On the other side, though, you do see that it's gonna be Night Lavelle on the Martis, though. EXP lane Martis. We haven't seen it in a long, long time. It's gonna be the gold lane Mincitar. I've seen it personally. I forgot who brought it out, but in theory, it should counter the Harith, right? To jump
Yeah.
on him, pull him in, and deny all the dashes from the Zaman Force. But in the game I witnessed that the Mincetar was not able to do so. So we'll have to see for Georgia. Are they gonna bank on the level 4, or are they gonna get punished early on?
Oh, yep. Flicker out from Geo. Does not have the black shoes just yet. Wow. Ooh, almost getting taken down there by Turkey. And going back to the Mincetar here, this is a Mincetar. I've seen a Mincetar in the gold lane, specifically from Benny Cutie. It wasn't really. It was
Hmm.
something to counter out the overall composition, but this is definitely even back in M2, right? The Burmese schools pulled this off up against Bren Esports when they pulled out the Harriet, and it's honestly gonna contain. I would say contain Sunshine here for a bit in the lane, but now the bigger picture has to be checked here. Turtle has to be taken in first here by both sides. No first blood, no casualties just yet for now. Everybody's being a little bit extra careful. No level 4 yet from Rosa, so we can expect to see some delays, extended team fights. Davida has that level 4 right now, Alien. He's in the middle of everything. He's soaking up the damage though, but where is everybody? He misses the penalty zone, but it is going to be Georgia that has a much better footing on this turtle. It's going to be Asmodeus taking it
Oh.
in, and Turkey, they're at a loss right now, and Rosa and Alien forced to back away because Kenzie is all the way up top. I think they're just going to trade the turtle for the gold here.
But look at the level difference though. Tianzi with the superior clear from the Granger, level 6 already compared to Asmodeus, who's still on level now caught up to level 6. But look at his play though. First blood picked up by Turkey, stampeding down, taking out Gio, locking him down before he can even use the black shoes.
Yeah, it gets bursted down. Then you got in the slows coming out from the Faramis as well as the Grok here. And you mentioned it's focusing Mark Rock, so it's going to be a little bit more lethal when it comes to the team fights. I would say that's a big W though for Turkey so far. Look at the gold platings that they've taken in here on the top side, already more than half for Sunshine. So this is a lot of gold. If I'm not mistaken, Tenzi was there as well. So I think for Georgia, they have to take note of this one, right? Like they're already putting up their resources up top. You see Asmodeus as well, picking up that kill onto Sunshine, knowing that he has the most gold. And right now, they're going to try to do exactly the same by taking in the gold plating on the top side. Bottom side as well, you got a 1v1 duel. Alien,
Ooh.
Asmodeus, both of them are going to be able to sustain. Are they going to go for it, though? Night Lavelle? Oh, he recalls
What?
back in time. He recalls back in time.
On the last second though, that was close, but Alien does not care. In the mid lane though, you're seeing again the impact of this Grok. It's not just the wild charge potential, it's not
Oh,
just the
wow.
barriers, but even the wave clear. Never mind, out of nowhere, there comes Tianzi.
Yep, just bursting down Night Lavelle there. He was clearing out the lane. Actually, he's going to try to go back and get the jungle creeps. But now Turkey has been rotating. Actually, if you look at Tianzi, right, he has been rotating so well. But
Ooh.
right now he's in trouble, though. Asmodeus is going to be able to try and get him. He's at low HP, but right now there is the wild charge coming through, saving the life there of Tianzi. But the rest of the cavalry of Turkey, they're going to be able to punish Asmodeus there again. Another mind gate type of play, and Turkey just keeps it coming every single time. They thought they were going to get TNT, but there was still the Netherrealm available.
That's just another realm being such a pesky tool. Even though Georgia, again, does have crowd control tools, damage tools to try and do something about it, right now Henny's isn't really grouping together, so the King's Calling is not a factor just yet. It's the same problem here. It's only the Vita that has to try and negate all of these problems at the same time, as Asmodeus wants to come in for a steal right here, a level below though.
Up. It's going to be Tenzi, though, clicking in that Retribution in time. They're going to trade it off for the turret down bottom side. Relatively low kill score here. Nobody's going to go in for the full engage, not unless, it's either, like, looking at the lineup here, it's more or less going to be Georgia that kind of has the say in it. And for the side of Turkey, they can just counter initiate with the Netherrealm here of Rosa. You can just pop it in, right? Like once Georgia goes in for the team fight.
They can go with another realm, they can go in with the wild charge, the penalty zone as well. So it's up to them actually how they want to play this out. Even when it comes to the lane management, right? Turkey still can just negate all the clear from Georgia because they have that Grok, right? The power of nature, a very OP lane pushing tool. And you're seeing that they have full control over the river. And while they're doing this, while they are trying to go in aggressively and scout out where the members of Georgia are, you can see Tianzi is never just passively farming his own jungle. He's finding ways to try and get a gank off or take away resources from the jungle of Georgia instead.
And there's a lot of pokes here from Geo. Again, it is the same case, but Turkey, all of their damage dealers are safe and sound so far. So I think for Georgia, they can't overcommit here. Rhapsody comes through here, and there goes the wild charge. There's Apex 47, but there goes the NetherRealm as well as the King's Calling. They're able to sustain, but it's going to be Alien getting taken down by the Decimate. Tienzi as well forced to back away from that one. Asmodeus as well going to try to go in for the leg and pounce. It is going to be a 1-for-none trade-off. Georgia successfully picks off Alien there with, despite the fact that it was Apex 47 that initiated that wall charge.
It's a great play for Turkey to try and punish. They saw the black shoes being popped already, and they want to try and go for a very valuable punish. But unfortunately, the AoE is just too much, and Sunshine wasn't actually grouping with them. So they're able to get a turret on the top side, if I'm not mistaken, during the course of those events. And that's still Georgia winning, but only because it was a 5v4.
And it's difficult here for Georgia. They do win the team fights, especially when they get those good ultimates up. No One's Fury, the King's Calling. But it has been Turkey, right? They have to watch out for Tienzi, who has just picked up the Sky Piercer, by the way. So that is going to be a little bit more lethal when it comes to the team fights. But Night Lovell, though, despite the fact that he does not have the Yuzong, he has been doing work, right? Down bottom side, down top side, and right now Alien gonna try to go in for the punish as Tienzi goes for the Rhapsody and executes him in the nick of time. Now bottom side is gonna face a lot of pressure here as well from the side of Turkey. They're gonna try to sandwich them in. Apex 47 does not have the flicker just yet, but Sunshine and the rest of the gang, they're already containing themselves here in this area. They can go for the tug in here for Hennies, but Apex 47 and Sunshine just says no here. They're gonna save this turret to their best potential. And they got the Vita and Hennies here.
Look at the mid lane, though. There's going to be a dive attempt on Asmodeus. Penalty zone being used as well. He gets deleted, man. Turkey with all the control, and they're not done. Look at Apex, just so deep behind, knowing that with the power of nature, he's never going to be picked off. Wild charge doesn't land, though.
Yep, there's going to be the Zaman Force activated here by Sunshine. Hennies as well goes in for the King's Calling, but it's just way too much burst. He takes down Apex 47, though, so that's going to be a trade-off here. But that's going to be 2 for the price of none. On the mid side as well, Geo going to be forced to fight up against Alien here. This is looking really nice and slow, right? Like, you think that Turkey has gotten it all, but it seems like Georgia has been putting up a fight. If you look at the turrets that they've taken in 2 as well, and they've also taken in like at least a turtle here. So they didn't give everything to the side of Turkey. So now I think it's a matter of who's going to engage once again here. Davida, though, he's taking in a lot of the damage there. Look at the burst coming out from Rosa. And Tienzi as well, the Sky Piercer, just comes through in the nick of time. And without the Vita, this is going to be a much easier Lord for the side of Turkey. It's going to be numbers advantage for the side. Black Shoes has been popped, but there goes Alien with the penalty zone onto 4. And here comes side of Turkey. They're going to go for the finish. Asmodeus, super low there. Gets taken down by Alien. A double kill picked up. Only Night Lovell as Davida as well spawns back in. That was a play we were looking for. It was so nice and slow. And right after that, Turkey goes straight for the Lord, where the rest of the team just goes on for an onslaught here and tries to take down all of the second-tier turrets, and down it goes.
They're just exploiting the lack of strong front line for Georgia. They've gotten away with it in game 1 and 2, technically, but now they're really feeling the problem. The Vita doesn't last even a single second if he gets caught out. Just burst it down immediately. And the same thing can be said for Hennies and Night Lovell. So everyone has to back away again and again. And when you're always on the back foot, that's where Turkey can wait for a chance to go wild charge.
There goes the wild charge and the tug in there by Hennies. Alien's gonna get the damage here. He's gonna get in the decimate here from Night Lovell, but Tienzi gonna be able to be unstoppable here at this point. It is gonna be a double kill picked up for him. Geo as well, a triple for Tienzi. Is he gonna try to go for a Maniac? They're not gonna force it out anymore. A 3-4-3 trade for the side of Turkey as Tienzi goes all the way in right before the Lord. A little bit too overconfident here as Rosa forces out the Black Shoes. The Lord is marching in the base here of Georgia. They're forced to defend this one. 11 minutes in. It's only the inhibitors left here for the side of Georgia.
It's just massive aggression, but they kind of funneled into a tight space in the jungle, and that's where all these heroes on the side of Georgia really gain extra value, right? Geo, especially right now, it's not really doing the best, but he's still not falling too far behind, and he has the glowing one and Ice Queen's one completed. So everyone is going to be extra slowed, and everyone's going to be regenerating even less health and less shields, and even the Netherrealm is going to be cut down in effectiveness. So if Turkey really wants to get a decisive finish, they can't really clump up around. Even though they do have the Netherrealm, they have to try and use it in a way to kind of throw off Georgia instead of using it to actually just stand there and trade blow for blow against Georgia. They got to make sure that they use their burst to full potential. And from the looks of it, they do have everything they require to really make this a very quick game.
You know what, Tianzi? I just checked his gold. It's like 10K for Tianzi. It doesn't even equalize to the gold laner. He's just been farming up 706. Not even shut down here by Georgia. 41K for their side. It just takes another setup here. But there's the pressure coming out from both sides. Sunshine
Ooh.
forcing out the pokes here onto Asmodeus. But I think for Turkey, they just have to wait it out, right? They're on the driver's seat. But as for Georgia, they're waiting for Turkey to come in. And obviously, Turkey does not want to go for the full commit because in just a few seconds, the Luminous Lord is going to be up for the taking.
They want to make sure that they just get pickoffs and nothing else. They don't want to get roped onto a long, drawn-out fight where the Minotaur's healing can start to change things, where the Dash of the King's Calling even can start swinging things in favor of Georgia. So for now, they're waiting because in front of the base is actually the most dangerous time for Turkey right here. They want to make sure that they play for the objectives because they know, right, for now, without any lords, any mutual objectives. Oh, look at that damage, though.
Yep, Knight Lovell gonna get punished there by the Rhapsody. And even Geo forced to use in the black shoes. And without the black shoes here, without the flicker, she gets bursted down there by Sunshine's Salmon Force. And I think they're not gonna go for the Lord here. There's the setup. There's the Netherrealm onto Henny's. 1 HP, a slither of health. Davina, Asmodeus. They're gonna get the damage there from Tianzi. It's only Henny's left to defend. The immortalities have been bought. And I think Turkey, they are gonna take this series, a wipeout for their side, and finally close out this series.
Turkey asserting their dominance, maintaining their reputation, and destroying the hopes of Georgia. A lot of people would say they're not surprised, but man, that was a great fight put up by Georgia. Unfortunately, towards the end, you can see the experience come through, the adaptations in the banning phase, even in the performance right here. The fact that Knight Lavelle is no longer on a big, massive playmaker, you can see that Georgia was just struggling, and Davida alone is unable to restart things for his team. Maybe Henny could have really filled in those shoes, but all things considered, he was just shut down a bit too hard in the early game. And it seems like such a perfect game plan from Turkey. And even when they do what they're not supposed to do and funnel in and corral for that Lilia damage, they still somehow come out on top. And you got to give a shout out to Tianzi, because on the Assassins, he was crazy. Now on the Granger still, with this very aggressive item build, with the Sky Piercer even, he just goes in all out, man. And it's just such an insane amount of burst damage, considering the fact that he is absolutely snowballing. Showing again that Tianzi is one of the core problems here that was just making it so difficult for Georgia to find any success.
Yep. High burst damage is the name of the game here for Tianzi, and they showed them who is king here, as Turkey once again will be going to WEC here this year to Riyadh alongside Ukraine. So that's it, Arashi, for today. We finally got in a first match that's not a sweep, right? Like for the longest time, the 3 days that we've been doing this, it has always been the sweeps. But any thoughts so far, Arashi, as we kind of wind things down here on, you know, what went on here today?
I think it's been a great few days, man, and it's great to see a fresh new take on Mobile Legends. Again, from Southeast Asia, it's getting pretty stale, man. You know, the meta is just so established, and people stick so close to it. You don't really see a lot of crazy things, but over here in this region, in Europe, you're just seeing a lot more exciting stuff. And I'm pleasantly surprised to see that the regions that are supposed to just get completely dominated, right, by all these regions with prior experience, like Ukraine, like Turkey. At least they made it kind of competitive. It wasn't like they were being completely outmatched. So I think it's a show that the future looks quite promising for Mobile Legends as far as Europe is concerned. So I guess that's it for me.
Yeah, that's definitely a whole lot more matches as well for you guys in the next few days. But that's it for me as well. A lot of pleasant surprises. And mind you, all the games that we've seen up until, well, rather here in the semifinals have been really tight. We've been extending all the way past the 15-minute mark. But thank you so much for joining us here today for the past 3 days. But continue joining us here at the IESF European qualifiers. We're going to have more MLBB batches in the next few days. So stay tuned. But for now, it's going to be me, Burger Kim, and Arashi bidding you guys goodbye.